Sorry about that, folks. We are still live here, Chupacabra Games. We just had some minor technical difficulties, and we got things up and running yet again. So for what we have missed, looks like we have resolved a crushing footfalls, as well as suspended one, most likely on turn one, keeping Sam off of his permanence from resolving. So it looks like there was a subtlety that was pitched, that the Brazen Bar was pitched for. All right, so Sam is now going to drop down a board presence here, trying to deal with these rhinos. And looks like we have gotten them off the board, but they are back on his upkeep as the footfalls resolves.
Here we see a fetch. Ooh, is this a Fury coming? That was a very quick fetch, you know.
Yeah, hard cast to Fury. You're happy about that one.
Oh, yeah.
Fetching up a mountain as well.
The run is giving off suspend this turn, right? Okay. So it's just only for 2, not for 10, you know.
Well, it might not even attack for 2, because those are 3/3s.
Oh, well, presumably if he had or the Fury.
Oh, you're right. Yep, okay. So 2/2, that'll take out 2 of them. And then, yeah, you're right. He'll be able to attack for 2 if he so chooses.
I like getting in there.
Oh, some of those rhinos cannot attack. Yep, he realizes. Yeah, I mean, Sam is not going to trade here. I don't think.
Yeah, if my opponent never did, I'd be very.
Then yeah, you're all right with that.
Yeah, but going down to 6, like your only chance is to somehow, be able to, you know.
I think you just have to win the race somehow, which is not an easy task at this point in the game. Facing down a couple rhinos is not the ideal scenario, but I think the Merfolk deck is equipped with enough tools to be able to get out of the situation. But just with the pass back, it's a little fearful, yeah.
So send in your opponent has to make a trump block. You probably flash in like the Hex Mage, and you can just kill it.
He has to do something here. It looks like Trickster. Can't get a great look at the other cards in Sam's hand here. All right, so here's the Trickster. And then notably, this is being cast after Declare Attackers. So we could have been able to tap down a Rhino, make things a bit easier here, right?
Yeah.
Just maybe small misplay here, but that may also be enough for Trenton to just win this game here. A lot of moving pieces here. I think we're just blocking the Shardless Agent and jumping a Rhino.
Yeah, I think it's a 3/3/3/3 with Fury. Yeah.
Okay.
Trade the full board away. Oh, this is the other way he lives. But yeah, I think you could just tap down the Rhino.
And
but I guess that way he makes a different attack, maybe. But I think you're always prized them to send it all in.
I think the Rhino deck, typically turns everything sideways.
Yeah, I don't think my opponent, I would never be scared of my opponent making lethal. Playing on Aura, see what your buildup is. It's Feloon Hexcatcher. Isn't that just lethal in the crackback? You send all in, right?
Well, a 3/4 and a 1/1.
Oh, there's a Fury to kill him.
Yep, Fury will seal the deal.
Yep.
Team of Rhinos taking down round number 1 over Merfolk here. We'll see if there's time for a backup match, but with 19 minutes remaining on the clock, I doubt that, but we'll take a look around, see if we can get y'all some more content. If not, we'll see y'all back here for round number 2. All right.
RCQ.
All right, we are back here for round number 2 of Chupacabra Games RCQ. This is the first one we were doing here, so looks like things are running pretty smoothly so far. We're gonna have 5 rounds today with a cut to top 8. We have a returning player for our feature match here from last round, Trenton, on Team of Rhinos here. Is gonna be facing off against Eli, playing Red Black Elementals. Take a look at what Eli is playing here. Get an idea of what his list looks like. Looks like Eli is playing the Black Red Scam, quote unquote, deck. That is featuring Grief and Fury and a bunch of 1-mana reanimator spells, such as Feigned Death, Undying Malice, Malakir Rebirth, things like that to generate value and effectively double his elementals, giving him some pretty powerful early game and a very fast clock. So if you're making 2 griefs, then you are able to snag 2 cards from your opponent, as well as create a 4/3 menace, so a 5-turn clock, sometimes in 4 in cases, and as well as being able to just pick apart your opponent's hand. So this deck, outside of that, is basically just a black-red Ragavan creature shell that's going to be playing a lot of removal spells, things like Thoughtseize, as well as some powerful creatures like Dothy Voidwalker that are going to be good at countering opponent strategies, and things like the Fury and Grief Elementals that function as normal creatures later in the game outside of turn 1, but give you that pop-off potential on turn 1 to be able to really turn the game in your favor. It looks like it should be a good match for game number 1 here, with players not necessarily knowing what they're on. They might just keep something a little looser, but I think generally Team of Rhinos is going to be a favor for this matchup. But of course, being able to replay a grief effectively on turn 1 is going to force some early interaction, which if you're just not on the play, then you don't have the mana to cast something like Dead Gone. But you do have access to 0-mana spells like Force of Negation, which are going to be at least stopping one of the griefs. But it still comes at the cost of a 2-for-1, so you might just lose some value there inherently. All right. I was just telling chat that we have Red Black Elementals versus our returning player, White Bordered Rhinos player.
Is it Rectus Elementals or is it?
It is Scam.
Okay, it is Scam. Okay.
It's just going over with chat what that means. And looks like a pretty traditional list with a couple Blood Moons, Fables,
though it would not come up in this matchup. Actually, there is a Dreadbore in the main deck. That's a little like kind of leaning. Normally, that's the 3rd bolt is normally what it's over.
Oh, sure.
But that's actually really nice. It's a very big. I guess it's a very big consideration considering like 4 colors playing Teferi now. As well, blue white is very popular. People love Holofound, including myself.
Yep.
Though it is a very though it is sorcery speed, that card actually could come up because a lightning bolt game 1 does not really kill any random.
Not really. It can take care of something like Brazen Bar if the game is going to go late. But being able to scam your opponent in this matchup is a little bit harder, especially when they're on the play. But all Trenton's going to do on turn number 1 is just suspend a Rhino, which, as I said last round, is better when you're on the play. But when you're facing down a Ragavan, okay, so Ragavan turn 1, but no grief or anything. So Eli's hand is pretty fair. So
Fire Ice or a Dead Gone as well. Something that's really big that I've actually learned from playing this matchup actually on the Scam side is Dothy being out on the board allows you just to cast to make a 4/4.
You could, after it resolves, yeah.
So normally, actually, like just matching them in power is like, super big. After like
Dothy's a cool card.
Yeah, after you can like Fury them for 1, and then you can swing in. Of course, like very much play draw dependent as well as draws. You can know who the beat does. And normally, this deck can actually match the Rhinos deck actually in power.
Yeah, that's interesting to think about too. For the other Cascade deck in the format, just living end.
Yep.
Where your opponent's maybe not going to have a lot of cards in their in play to begin with, so you could just revert the board state back to what it used to be.
Yep. No, it's actually a very, very cool card. That's normally I would always view it like as like Blood Type Harvester is like in the
Mhm.
Pioneer Red Black mid range deck, where it's just like the best option for that deck.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it has a lot of text and a lot of it comes up, especially actually now we see it the namesake. We get the Thoughtseize.
Yep.
As well as like the Thoughtseize Dothy like plan is also good, especially against.
Is there consideration to ice something first, so we can try to draw a third land?
I feel like if my opponent is going to take Fire Ice rather than first, I kind of be, but doing it during your main phase now is kind of
I think now he wants to draw the land.
yeah. Okay.
Which he did not.
This is now where like a Dothy is really good. Do we see 4 season Pyromancer? I like this a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so maybe like a Fable would be very, very good. Oh, he did this actually during
Fi-
his opponent's upkeep.
Yeah. Oh, sure,
Yep.
sure. Okay. It looked like he was on his main phase.
Okay. Here's
Oh,
Malakir Rebirth.
Good afternoon, Jeff. Let everyone know that you're giving them their good luck, and we will be crowning a winner here after we finish top 8, so stick around with us.
Opponent's missing an land drop. Now here's like a really good spot. I think a lightning was picked up, but a really good spot for Dothy plus like another discard spell or something like that. Yep, here he is.
Yep.
Yeah, I've learned like at least playing this matchup the few times I did. It's actually really cool, like the dynamic of like how creature combat works in this. Except both decks do play 4 Fury, and it's very big. Like that is a very big consideration, especially now being a time where Fury would be at its best.
Yeah.
Also,
Just a double fury.
something that's really cool is like that the Rhinos can't block Dothy.
Right.
Like that's also like another.
Dothy just sneak damage in. Yeah. So with the Dothy's activated ability, does that ignore timing restrictions?
It does not.
It does not.
It does not. So he has to do it on his
Because it says you have to play the card.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, but
You
of
could also
course-
play a land, but
Yes. That's actually something big as I've played against a lot of people who don't crack their fetch lands in response.
right.
And me getting my 5th land sometimes for Fury is actually like,
It could matter, yeah.
yeah, I was playing against Hammer and they gave and Marshlands
Mm,
and I was able to fetch a black.
yeah,
Black source.
that matters.
Yeah, this deck is very, very interesting and also like it's very prominent now, especially. But it had like, of course, like a lot of people didn't know how to really play against it perfectly. That's a very big thing. Oh, and here's the
Yeah, it's
Alright.
a super punishing deck. And as we see here, Eli's just going to be able to make. Okay,
Ooh,
so we do have a force negation from Trent. Those were some very good draws.
Stanley discarding it.
Yeah, he does have to pitch the Shardless Agent, though.
Oh, he has
so
another one? Okay, resolves, and I think he has another
Feint Dust?
tying effect.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, wow.
So Fury's going to come back tapped with a 1/1 counter.
Yep.
Making it a 4/4 double strike.
Hogak, is that you? Like
This one kills your opponent's creatures,
Yeah,
though, so.
yep. I think with one hand, like one card in hand and not a land, I think this is all she wrote.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough. Unless
here's
there
the
is a
thing is-
Cascader in hand, it's possible. I mean, he is at 17, so leaving the Fury in play, being able to trade the Rhinos. It's pretty hard for Trenton to effectively deal with a Fury, though. That is a 4 power.
Yeah, especially now, like, yep. Oh, okay. So
Wow, okay, last card was Violent Outburst.
Yeah.
Good cards on top he's going to have to put to the bottom, unfortunately. Lots of lands, though, too.
I think something that I didn't bring up that's actually really cool about this is that both decks are main decking Blood Moon. And the idea that like the scam can't Blood Moon scam your opponent is actually pretty sick.
Right. Looks like Trent is mainboarding an Endurance as well.
Just one?
Yep.
Okay. That can
It's
actually
actually the only one on the entire list he's playing Leyline of the Void and Orvar in the sideboard, which is pretty cool actually. I like the Leylines. It's just the hopes that your luck is high today and you will win. Is what Leyline of the Void says for the most part. All right, so we're just gonna trade off Rhinos. Trenton's gonna take 8 down to 9.
Outburst not giving +1/+1 is the most relevant thing here.
Yeah,
That's maybe we have a Brazen Bar to balance this.
yeah. I mean that would be fine. You still have to deal with it as a 3/3, but it prevents you from dying.
Ooh, there's a grief.
Forcing the action
he's-
now. Wow, Dead Gun's some very good draws from Trenton here. Will it be enough though? Grief is still a 3/2 with Menace, and Rhinos aren't coming down until next turn.
We also do not have the 5th land for the Fury. We deploy an ends up
Okay.
like that.
That
But
is something that I've noticed that the scam decks do fail with sometimes is finding all their land traps, but both players drawing pretty hot here, I gotta say.
this being just menace is also just super relevant because then you get just there's some symbol.
Yeah, it forces the rhinos to block outside of Trenton drawing a removal spell. Now, if Trenton draws a Fury, well, he's not a Fury, he's only on 4 lands, so either a Fire Ice or a Dead Gone, which he has 3 Dead Gone and 4 Fire Ice. You know, there are less than 5 copies total.
I do love the inclusion of like 3 dead gone. I felt like my deck when I played it was very struggling to like Ragavan.
I think the unsummon's reasonable too. I think there's a lot of Murktide running around. Yeah. Being able to stop, not stop, but potentially prevent an Archon of Cruelty, like an early one, your opponent like taps out completely, then you're able to just unsummon it. I think that's a pretty good use for Gone there.
But now knowing that we have a Fury and the 5th land is pretty big because now you can just kill one of the rhinos and then you guarantee take 3. So you can just die to a lightning bolt or even a Killigan spin. I see that's also in his main deck.
Sure, yeah.
Which is super big. Also, something that is kind of crazy is that you can just feign death or like Undying Evil.
Yeah, even if he chooses to block, then we're still going to be able to
yeah,
keep our menace creature alive and still deploy Fury. It's got to be Fury or Rhino. Get in for 3, send him to 2.
Yeah. You can't be scared of the one card your opponent's your opponent's been top decking the whole time.
All right, so it looks like we are just going to be tossing down a Fury here. Yep, getting rid of a Rhino. Sending Trenton down to 2. Now, Trenton really needs to find a Fury of his own here to be able to have a chance to stay alive. And it was just a Blood Moon, so pretty interesting match there. Some very good draws from both sides. I think Trenton having to be on the mulligan, on the play, just down resources in general against a deck that's going to be attacking his hand is a pretty unfortunate thing. As we did see, he did draw fairly well. He's had the Violent Outburst as the last card in hand, as well as the Dead Gone to keep himself alive an extra turn. But the Red-Black Elementals deck just proving how persistent it can really be on controlling the board, as well as controlling how many resources your opponent has. And it's very good at what it does. It's definitely a deck that can play most of the format in the form of Ragavan and Dothy being able to just steal your opponent's cards effectively and use them for your own benefit. So take a look at sideboards here. It looks like Trenton is working with 3 Force of Vigor, 4 Mystical Disputes, Magus of the Moon, 1 Orvar, 4 Leyline of the Void, and 2 Subtlety. So something I like here right away is if you're worried about Blood Moon, I would bring in at least 1 Force of Vigor, but I wouldn't go too heavy on it. I think you're more prized into just boarding out of your Blood Moons, as that's what your opponent's going to be trying to do. It might be able to catch you off guard. Where one of these decks is playing Ragavan and red as one of the 2 primary colors that can produce just any color mana on its own. So I think Trenton's really looking at Leyline of the Voids as a way to stop his opponent from 2-for-1ing him effectively. Whereas it would stop the Feign Death effects, being able to give Trenton a chance on the board, as well as just have more cards to work with too. And if he can just start the game with that card in play, it's going to make things a heck of a lot smoother for him, and just be hard to answer, especially since it is just a red-black deck. Removing an enchantment is near impossible for those players. So it looks like our players are shuffling up for game number 2, featuring Trenton on the play yet again. Hopefully not having to mulligan down as far. as this is probably one of the worst matchups to have to mulligan in.
Oh yeah, you get super punished. I mean, you want to get him to Turok with your opponent having a 4-3 sometimes with just menace is just super punishing, and I definitely understand it. Yeah, but like you do need an abundance of cards that kind of answer this deck a lot, and it attacks in kind of a lot of angles. Like with Fable being in the main deck now,
Oh yeah,
very hard to like to kind of
even just making a 4/4 Fury is like kind of hard to deal with.
yeah. Right? Like I mean, you could dead gun it, but like, do you really want to put that card?
Then
Back
it just goes back in your hand.
Yeah,
And then it also requires 3 mana. And especially when Eli's on the play, for game 3, if that happens, making a Fury on turn 1 is just gonna get in 16 damage before it can even be dealt with unless it's a petty theft. Like
yeah. I think it's a big one. Is like I'd see the plan of course rhinos, but like I feel like it struggles even to beat the scam deck in a fair matchup as well. You kind of play like a lot of same cards as well as Ragavan is just of course a house.
it can run away with the game. Yeah, I was talking earlier about how the red black deck kind of just gets to play the whole format since they were playing Ragavan and Dothies, and you just play your opponent's deck.
Yep.
Which has always been a powerful strategy.
Yeah. And of course, like Rhino's not having like a great answer to Fable, like of course killing the little token, and then later on making another body forces them to have probably 2, unless you want this little 2/2 that makes a treasure to run it kind of the way. Again with the suspended, I know
it's a semi-safe play. I mean, he can't. No, Eli cannot take a Cascader from Trenton's hand. It doesn't mean as much because there inevitably will be some Rhinos coming down. But on the flip side, it means that he has to wait 4 turns rather than on turn 3 making some Rhinos. So
yeah, I guess notably also it is a green card for endurance, but as we said, there's only 1 copy.
like, here's a grief pitching Feign Death, looks like, and it's gonna resolve immediately.
Yeah. I'm assuming he has another Feign Death if he wanted to do that, or maybe he doesn't.
I mean, 1 grief might be good enough.
Yeah.
Which honestly, Trenton's hand is not doing a whole lot here. I see why he suspended the Rhinos on 1.
Yeah, you just take you can take endurance Brazen Borrower, and your opponent just can't.
Yeah, if you have both, then
yeah. Okay, you can also take and then take the Brazen Borrower, and then endurance doesn't do anything.
Right. As of right now, Trenton can't even cast the endurance. And we have a 4/2. Right, so we did find a 3rd land here in the form of a Ketria Triumph. I'm not going to conceal any information here, just trying to resolve a 3/4 on turn 3, assuming we don't draw another land. But pass things back to Eli here. We're going to be shocking in a Blood Crypt and dashing a Ragavan, it looks like. So we'll be coming in for 6. That'll be a trigger off of the Ragavan, revealing a Fire Ice. Which honestly, it would answer the Ragavan, but it does not answer the Grief. And the Grief is the card that I think you are most worried about, as it's just double the clock that the Ragavan is. So not the worst case, getting that card out of the way, as the Endurance you have coming down to will be able to block the Endurance, but with a Thoughtseize, Trenton is left empty-handed, just with some Rhinos on suspend.
Yeah, it looks like coming out of the gates way too quick for turn 3 interaction, especially because you're 2 turns of like turn 2 interaction just gone.
Yeah,
it's super big. Oh well, I guess you can tap it down.
Tap it down, redraw.
Okay.
Oh, we're tapping down the Blood Crypt. I thought we might have been tapping down the.
Yeah, he gets the land drop, so he doesn't get the Dash Ragavan.
That's fair,
but it's still not like.
It's something. I mean, I guess you can take the 4 damage. He did find a castle though for a 3rd land. No red mana though, notably. We do have Brazen Bar. That was the draw off the ice. We could have bounced that in the end step, but then Eli just gets to replay.
Well, he tapped on his Fire Ice.
Oh, he was still tapped out.
Yeah.
You're right.
But now you have to deal with like a Grief and then presumably a Dash Ragavan now.
Yeah.
And like, of course.
I mean, Trenton's gonna be. I think he's gonna be unsummoning the Grief here.
Yeah.
It'd be Eli's one of Eli's best draws is just a swamp, I think.
Yeah.
Or an untapped land.
Yeah.
To be able to replay the Grief after it's unsummoned.
Yep.
But we'll see if he has the foresight to go to combat first.
Yeah. But at the same time, your opponent, of course, you don't know that your opponent has a removal spell. They could also just be having a blank. I mean, I do like dashing right. Of course, like
I think it is the higher upside play. It looks like we're just gonna go wide though, which give it enough time, Dothy will just win the game.
Yeah, two feasibly unblockable creatures.
Yeah.
It's pretty sick.
But we're gonna get a crash of rhinos on Trenton's upkeep.
It's very true. It's very true. So that's why I do like that play a lot.
Okay, so stay at 7. And I think Trenton has one other card than the Ragavan. See if he chooses to evoke his grief.
I do like playing the Dolphy beforehand, like to some extent, because of course your opponent has a removal spell. They want to do it before you attack. But I think just leaving up your mana is also alright. Like, because now you just he gets the Hardcast the Ragavan this way.
Yeah, and continue with the going wide plan. I think that's a reasonable plan.
Eli just in the tank right now, of course, trying to see how he loses this game. He is very far out.
I mean, playing to your outs, just making sure that you aren't throwing the game in any way. Just seal up the deal.
There is also a consideration that maybe it's a Cascade spell he also has in hand,
Sure,
and like
it might be worth.
yeah, it might be a Shardless Agent.
Yeah.
Doing this grief again.
I mean, there are 8 copies of that card effectively
Yeah.
in Trenton's deck, so it's pretty reasonable, I would imagine.
Yeah.
All right, it's going to go on the stack and straight to exile.
Yep, and see if we
Castable by
can-
Dothy, and this is the line you were talking about.
Yeah, it happened game 1, and it definitely came up, and here it is again. Of course, here is a very good spot for Fury if you drew a red card, though. Sadly,
Yeah. Being able to deal with the Dothy before it can get its value is the trick.
yeah. Like, of course, it's just also an unblockable creature again.
It does have Shadow, yeah. And Trenton's not playing Ragavan, so there's no chance of him stealing
Yeah,
a Dothy
yeah.
to be able to block the
Yeah.
Dothy. A play I made when I was playing Murktide more
Oh,
recently, being
dang.
able to block Dothy.
Yeah, I think something that came up is I was able to cast an Unmoored Ego from one of my opponents off of a Ragavan hit.
Yeah.
Just grab any card in their deck.
It's pretty solid.
And because I was playing like the black Trihome, and I ended up being able to have the extra red. So
Yeah, pretty cool spicy plays out of MH2, just being able to tamper with your opponent's library for your own benefit. So Trenton looking at quite possibly one of his last turns here in this match. Still has the 8 power in play to block anything except for the Dothy, and at 4 life, being able to sustain 1 hit from this, and looks like he has another Petty Theft in hand that we could use to bounce the Dothy for a turn. So we're actually going to come in for 4, trying to end this game at some point. I do think just sitting back forever is not really an option for Trenton, realizing that he has the Petty Theft to keep himself alive, and outside of a Fury dealing with the Rhino will be able to block the Ragavan here. And that card goes straight into the Galare zone, but it looks like it is an engineered explosives. So this could be a way for Eli to just end the game right now if this resolves. Outside of, we do still have the Petty Theft, so it isn't necessarily over just yet, but explosives being able to deal with the longer term plan that Trenton is trying to play is going to be pretty backbreaking here.
what is the card that is?
It is engineered explosives.
Oh,
that was just cast, and it's still in the stack. And looks like we are going to force a negation pitching the Brazen Borrower. So Trenton sacrificing his life total and cards in hand to make this play, as he's going to take a hit for 3 from this Dothy, although I'm not positive on the last card in hand, so it may be a removal spell. We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, it looks like Trenton's going to 1, so hoping that he finds a way to answer this Dothy before the next turn. Also, being able to answer any lightning bolts that Eli could have, as that is a common card played in these decks. And it looks like we're just going to make another grief, this time with 4 power and 3 toughness. So Fury isn't even good enough as Trenton. Doesn't have any cards in hand. No red cards to pitch for this. Making two more rhinos isn't good enough. We can't use the Scalding Tarn in play.
Yeah, of course.
I think Eli might just have this one.
Yeah, especially the now that the fetch land is also turned off as well. Yep. Oh, of course you send a Regiment too, and there's
Yeah, you attack with both, and then or all three rather. Eli just making sure there's no possible way he can lose this game. Still having a Dalthi with access to Leyline of the Void, as well as Force Negation. As spells to be cast, and I believe there's a land in there too. But yeah, all he has to do is crash in with these creatures, and I believe that's good enough. Choosing to leave the Dalthi back actually might give Trenton an out here.
Well, you might also have a remove spell, and then you can tap the Dalthi.
Sure.
That's. I guess that's what I'm kind of wondering.
You have to double block the brief.
Yep, and then that's that's kind of weird how you would.
Okay. He drew a dead gun. And then Dalthi uses the force negation.
Okay.
That'll work still.
I think that's kind of more of like a KG play. I think I just like send in.
You might as well attack with the Dalthi.
But of course, like both.
This seals. I think that plays around the most things, and it is pretty flashy to be able to use your own opponent's force negation against them. But Eli will take this match in a quick 2-0 fashion. We'll take a look around. We have a little bit more time on the clock this time. If we have any matchups we can display in the meantime, we will do that. If not, we will see you back here for our number 3. Thank you all for watching. just to give you all an update for watching, we all of our matches are still in progress, so we aren't going to interrupt any of those to put on features. So we will see you all back for round number 3 in about 15 minutes. All right, we are here for round number 3 in a few moments. We're just getting things set up over on the feature match table and be giving you all some modern content in just a few minutes here. All right, we're back here for round number 3. We have 2 new players here today. We have Aiden playing Blue Red Murktide, and Jesse playing Jeskai Breach. And what are your thoughts on this matchup, Ian?
I always, of course, love the breach side of it. Don't get me wrong, I love Murktide.
Yeah.
Is Aiden main decking Blood Moons? That's
we could find that out.
yeah. I was like, that is definitely something that's a big consideration. But if it's on Archmage Charm, I am very much in the favor. Want to be in the favor of Jesse.
Yeah, I think the Breach deck is just a better version
Yeah,
of the Murktide deck most of the time.
yeah. There's one Blood Moon main, one Dress Down.
Okay.
Uh,
So, I mean, 1 is better than 0.
yeah.
He's got 1 on the sideboard as well, so.
Funny enough, actually, something I like in here is Chalice in the Void, and there's only 1 in the board. So yeah, that's definitely a consideration. There is 3 spell. Ooh, and a Braid in the main deck's kind of cool though.
Braided, yeah, I do like yeah, this looks like the Twinless Twin version of the deck. I really like this version. Being able to have Chalice for games 2 and 3 is super important. You just get to board out all of your baubles, and then still have a super powerful card in the matchup that makes it so it makes it pretty difficult for your opponent to combo off there.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I definitely also the main deck inclusion of Teferi, I know in Jesse's deck is
Oh,
super
sure.
big as well. Like
We see it labeled as the Jeskai Breach deck as well, rather than just blue red.
yeah, or the Teamer Breach deck. I know that deck's actually became a lot of popularity as well. With red and 6 and no Thas Oracle, but instead of Grave Shot Kill.
Sure.
Actually, something that would be really insightful is actually asking her opinions on that deck.
Yeah, she has been a pretty good pioneer for the deck. We saw her playing it because I realized like the Indianapolis SCG,
Yeah.
taking that event down, I'm pretty sure, and then just
I'm pretty sure
making
even
progress over the course of the time after that.
yeah, I'm pretty sure she also top 8 in energy playing it, like way even previously. And then
Oh, yeah.
I know the deck fell out of favor for a little bit, but immediately because I think she played a like 4-color Yorion deck at one of the events and then went back to Breach a little bit soon after.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, this deck's been pretty good in the format lately. I know it was originally geared towards beating 4-color, which it was very good at, but it's still proving pretty strong post Yorion ban as the meta's calming down a little bit, a lot less Omnaths running around.
And here's just the idea that like this deck is just Murktide, but also does the exact same thing, even like it just looks so powerful.
No second spell for Jesse, but still having just a second Shredder, looks like, or maybe this is Shredder on the stack.
Yeah. But still, like, even if it's a counter spell, like you're still facing down another Shredder, you know. And there's the abundance of like all these powerful spells like that they mirror each other in, but here's just a dress down, not even a counter spell. I mean, you're fine taking that favor. Like,
Yeah, I think honestly saving this dress down, it's pretty powerful because Jesse is on the Thassa's Oracle version of the deck, so that is a way to actually just prevent your opponent from winning the game. We see that a lot in Legacy with Doomsday being able to stop Thassa's Oracle. But looks like a Bolt will just take care of one of these Shredders.
Aiden debating playing a second spell, which I just hope you never.
I think you can't. I don't think you can afford to.
Especially with Spell Pierce in hand as well.
Yeah.
I know you want this bauble to get the fuck out of your hand, but
I think you're better off waiting.
yeah.
You get rewarded down the line a lot more if you hold on to it.
Especially this Dash Ragavan is what he was eyeing, I think, the most. And you just get punished. Your opponent has 1 remote spell. But here's a Dash Ragavan own. All right, and you know that's CAO. Oh.
Counterspell, not the worst thing to hit off of Regan than for Aiden's side of things.
With the treasure making Emery cost less. Yep. It is. Legend
Super
Shredder also doing this. your opponent's discarding an Aurora Breach. They're very keen on how this matchup works. And very, yeah, like they know they can't really do that.
Just with the amount of counterspells and other forms of interaction that the Murktide decks bring to the table, going for the combo game one might not be as good of a plan, but
Okay, and it looks like they were discussing that she was resolving the Ledger Shredder trigger before the trigger on the Emery. All right, and then notably we do see the Mox Amber just milled over, as well as Aether's Spellbook. I mean, that card just cleans up Murktide's
yeah. Very strong in the matchup, not even having to find it off of a Saga, which we don't see in play at all yet. So, and Aiden's already uses Dressstone as well, so Urza Saga might prove pretty powerful here.
And here's two counter spells on a land that I think he missed up and also played a land for turn already.
I believe so.
Yeah. Just being on the back foot, especially not having using a bolt to kill the Legislature the first time, and then it's and here's a Legislature trigger. I mean that's, and then you missed up really hard playing that land already because now you can't even scry your draw, which
it doesn't even get the value off of the fetch land being there.
That is probably just immediately going to cost him, of course.
I mean, this Legislature might be able to just go the distance on its own.
Yeah.
Combined with the Emery getting to even just cycle the Aether Spell button every turn.
Yeah.
If Jesse has enough mana for that.
Or, just of course bursting with mana because of Mox Amber as well.
Sure.
Setting up something like that.
Maybe an iteration next turn if Aiden taps out, which looks like he is going to. Yeah. He's just dashing this Ragavan.
Yeah.
I think you take this trade.
Yeah. I mean,
Aiden's really down on cards, I think.
Aiden's down on cards as well as like this Legend Trigger is just unkillable now.
Yeah. He does have 2 iterations in play. Oh, in hand, sorry. So if those get a chance to resolve.
Right, here's probably a Teferi.
That's probably the best play here. Yeah. Your opponent's tapped out, has a bunch of counter spells in hand.
Yeah, I think there's one in her main deck, right?
No, actually.
Oh, one Teferi?
It's like 2 sideboard.
Oh, but there's 3 total.
There is one. Okay, one main deck.
Okay, but 3 total? Ooh, that is
It's a lot, yeah.
But here's a Dash Ragavan again, right? You're like, oh gosh. Oh, and I think I see an art. Yeah.
Oh, just breach. Okay.
Yeah, I mean your opponent taps out.
Yeah,
in return,
you have a window.
You've won the game.
Yep.
And then the Ragavan makes red. They'll mill until they hit Springleaf Drum, play the Springleaf Drum, and that makes the blue.
That makes blue,
Yep.
sure.
I think we're just missing a grinding station, maybe.
I think so.
But also
there's one in hand.
Oh,
so as long as we can generate some mana beforehand, then we should be able to combo off.
Well, yeah. Well, you also just get to do the bauble too, right? She has bauble play. Not sure. Cast the memory. And then that'll mill 4. It'll make some blue.
Yeah, milling 4 is really important here because it just gives you access to a lot more resources, as well as some baubles here we could cast.
This looks kind of like more like a value one, and I think.
I mean, worst case scenario. Yeah, I think you're okay with that.
Yeah, I mean,
you get to amass a very large board.
That's a large board as well. Like draw 2 extra cards. Yeah, I mean,
yep.
For a 2 mana card that does like 4 things. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. We're always taking that.
Pretty good.
Yeah, especially they now just get to flip the word Legislature for the rest of the game too, and now your opponent's super on the back foot. Oh, you get to see the card. Sadly, we don't, but probably is not relevant. Sadly,
it might not be.
It has to be like the best card, Bolt, right? No, there's a consider, and doing that in the face of a Legislature does not look good as well as the iterations.
Yeah, we also played the land before iteration, and I think you should just iteration here.
Yep.
Just to try to find some form of interaction. I think we see Jesse with the grinding station she had, and I thought I saw a red card that might be breach, but yeah, Aiden really just like putting all of his eggs in the Ragavan from last turn, hoping that it would connect and still be able to leave up a spell pierce. Is just not an option really.
Yeah.
You need to hold up interaction in this matchup. That's like part of the reason I think Murktide might have an edge game one is you just have more counter spells.
That's true. We also do see that Jesse hasn't drawn the versus Saga there, which kind of changes a lot of it.
Right.
But like Yeah, now we're at the point where we're just beat down inside.
And Aiden's at 8. He's facing down a 2-turn clock here.
And here's the thing: is like you counterspell this. And
You probably end up dying.
yeah. And then if they jam any spell, you have the spell pierce, but then the ledge charge just grows to be bigger. Or it's just like he's on the back foot way too hard. I think he really needed to cast the express generations and stuff to consider, and then
I think so.
find the additional land.
Because if he held up mana last turn,
Yeah.
then he would have had more mana in play and been able to, I believe, just play that iteration, hit a land drop, and still be able to hold up spell pierce at least.
And then discarding breach that you can get back with Emery later on, especially with this treasure if they need it. Looks, yeah, I mean they're just beating you down 9 with a combo. They just drew 2 cards of Underworld Breach, which is
And that is good enough. That the coolest part about that deck is that it doesn't have to be the combo deck, but it can be.
and now Aether Spell
you can play both roles.
incentivizing like and just this is wow.
Yeah, Spellbomb makes it so no blockers are gonna be a thing basically, and Jesse's creatures will be able to come in for lethal.
And it's kind of embarrassing dying with 2 spell pierces and small. And like, I think you just have to convert the iterations to be cards, like, whether they be blockers, attackers, or something removal spells. Like I think there's the turn that we saw him not be able to scry off the bubble as well with the fetch land by playing the 4th land. I think that was just like a little bit too quick from doing it.
Oh yeah.
And then here's a bobble that just gives your opponent a free card.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Oh, there's a second Mox Amber, so now you can make it and then float. Yeah.
Yeah, Aiden really looking for, I guess, a pair of unholy heats here.
Yeah.
But that is just not something he has. Realizes he is dead on the crackback, and Jesse will take game number 1. So now we get to move over to sideboards, which I think things really only just get better for Jesse's side of things, I feel like. Aiden's going to get access to a few niche one-ofs that will come up in the matchup. He has to slightly change the configuration of his deck by taking out the Mishra's Bubbles and replacing them with Chalice, the extra Blood Moon, the Dress Downs, as well as Mystical Dispute if he's on that.
But Jesse also gets to bring in Wear and Tear or into Fairy most likely, as well as Spell Pierces if you want to fight on that Hexes. But for my even play against Murktide and even with Murktide, having 3 Teferi in your deck, it just feels
it helps a lot.
Yeah, like as well as the interaction that you can play Breach with like Teferi out. If your Teferi resolves, go through all that, draw your cards, and then bounce the Breach with the Teferi.
Yeah,
that like
that's pretty
using
good.
a 2-mana card and your Teferi down tick to draw an extra card, and most likely either you can cast an Emery off of it and play or draw 2 cards. And against Murktide, they are playing like traditional Magic as Richard Garfield intended.
Right.
I think you do just get very punished like against that.
Because you get to play their similar game plan and then also just have a very powerful combo that's mildly difficult to interact with. Murktide, I think, is a decent option more than most decks in Modern, just in the form of having a lot of counter spells, but like you're saying, Teferi really takes the cake there. And just if one Teferi resolves, it blinks like about a third of the Murktide deck. So
I think actually a very big dynamic that we also didn't even see is Jesse playing in Ursa Saga. Like Murktide really not being able to profitably answer those,
especially after using the Dress Down.
Yeah,
that's one of the best ways to answer it.
Yeah, I think it's even the worst part is like the Blood Moon's also going to be really good, but that actually gets answered by Wear and Tear pretty easily, as well as
Wear and Tear is a little narrow. I think Chalice in the sideboard is pretty mainstream now, so I think maybe 2 copies.
It also does kill the Blood Moon that they could be bringing as too. So like it has at least a couple targets. If your opponent's wanting to board an EE or something, it has that.
Explosives being seen pretty good against Indomitable Creativity, being able to answer all of their types of permanents they can use to create Indomitably with.
I do like the additional Jesse is playing a Mystical Dispute as well as a Tormont script. Like that looks really great. I mean
a lot of one-ups in your sideboard.
Yeah. It is it just looks kind of painful to be on Aiden's side. But of course, like this isn't why we signed the slip, right? Like from the start of the game. He just has to make profitable exchanges and as well as like answer ledger shredders and ragged ends. But of course, that's why this deck is so good. It operates on 2 different axes, and as well as like it has Urza Saga and Underworld Breach at a point as well.
And like we saw last game, Underworld Breach doesn't even have to be the game decider. It can just be a way to generate a lot of value,
Yep.
and inadvertently decide the game, but just not in that single turn.
I think the big thing is as well as like it could just be two removal spells. Like a huge like I think that's a huge
I
thing.
mean, when you're playing 400 breach,
Yeah.
and you have access, you can use more than one of them,
Yep.
and still be able to reliably see them thanks to things like Shredder and Expressive Iteration. You see a lot of cards in the stack.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's definitely very big. I think this is a very great matchup. Oh, and there's a Teferi hand too. It's D and Jesse's hand.
Yeah, I mean, if Aiden can get in there with a Ragavan early that can stick around, I think that's a way to start building an advantage in the matchup. But that is not the most reliable thing. I think it's possible, as the downside of the breach decks are they can't run as much interaction. You know, they are the issue, so to speak. So they create the problem rather than answer it. So Murktide can sometimes get in there with a pesky creature that will over time just take over the game.
I think that's the big thing about like why the second is also really good is the idea that it can do the exact. Of course, we've been saying that it can do the exact same game plan, but also it does have fire moves. Like at worst, it does have like some number in the.
It will find them too. The deck
Yep.
is good at finding the one ofs. Even if there are 5 of them, they will come up still.
Yeah, no, and then of course like this being a Trisha matchup and like card dependency, Aiden just going down to 6 is already a big dash.
I think he kept a one lander as well.
Oh god, probably that is very very scary.
My mistake. He did keep a 2
Okay,
lander.
okay, there's a Steven.
Yep.
But
I only saw the Spiral Canal
Yeah.
at first and was a little worried, but
yeah,
I
usually
think
not.
it's a person dispute. So
See, but that's the thing is like hers being a very great card, of course, and I will not argue
we get a
with-
turn 1 Emery.
Yeah.
We're playing Legacy today. Okay.
with an extra mana.
Yeah.
Uh,
If it resolves.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So Aiden ready with the Mystical Dispute. That's super powerful that he had the dispute because Jesse was just about to Mistress Bubble him every turn.
Yeah.
That Aiden keeps it alive. So
Mm-hmm.
pretty okay start here, and we're gonna have it on licensed source as well.
Yep. And I'll never knock unlicensed source. The card is great, but this is where she starts playing a Ledger Shredder, and
It is hard to answer.
yeah, and you just ignore this thing for the rest of the
Right.
game. Sure, it gets bigger, of course, but you play
Still
like
take
or maybe a Dash Ragavan and just red off Mox Amber
Yeah.
was also super big. I think, or you know, some like I think like cards like this, of course, they have to be narrow, and but they do something very good against the breach deck. But the deck is so dynamic. It's and here's a prismatic again.
Another benefit of playing the White Splash here.
Is that the one of? I think she's playing one.
Looks like 1. Yep.
Okay, yeah. And then next turn, if you don't answer, there's a Teferi, so you play Ledger Shredder. Oh man, and he tapped out a counter spell. Okay, now he just gets
There's gonna be a Teferi in play.
and presumably, of course, there's another land, but there is a bobble. Like you have 2 looks if she does not have another land, of course, in hand.
Right.
And I think you're just after, and then I think that's a chalice.
For Aiden's side of things,
Yeah.
that was
Oh.
a counter spell.
Okay. Oh, I think he drew chalice off of the ledger.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think that's like a thing where like that happens, right? And then you just play a chalice, and then she plays a Teferi. It's not even close.
Yeah.
And you get like another ledger shredder trigger, but it's not even a game. Like,
Yeah, because you might even just bounce this for.
yeah, I'm fine. No,
This game.
I agreed with the tempo play fully doing that. And then your opponent replays it, plays the chalice, gets a card, but like honestly, who cares after that? Like
I mean, you have the Teferi in play outside of a direct damage spell, which might even be trimmed here to some degree from Aiden's side of things. We might be trimming on bolts, keeping it heats, just to deal with Teferis and then larger letter shredders.
I think sadly you have to keep bolt because of the Ragavan and stuff like that, because then they just beat you at your own game, which is just scary.
I think you keep some in. I don't. I think you.
Yeah.
Can
And then-
trim a couple of them.
Oh, and here's Spiral Canal as 4th land. That's
I feel like you use iteration. Here.
yeah. Of course.
I think you are mildly incentivized to play a creature, but here is a Ragavan that we could dash.
But then of course having some mana open with Teferi is kind of scary, but like of course there's no interaction.
There could be another Teferi next turn.
Yeah.
I think you just have to hope that's not the case for Aiden. He did kind of lock himself into this line by tapping out for a turn, and Jesse capitalizing
Yeah, but-
on that window. So
and then of course you just tap out and there's the chance of dying. I know that there is a It's that plus grinding station.
You might as well just play the chalice.
Yeah.
It's likely to resolve here. I don't think force negation
Yeah,
is something that would be played in this deck. So
yeah, but see, and that's the thing is it being in his hand and Jesse actually bouncing the Ledger Shredder, um, incentivizes him to keep it for additional trigger. But I think you have to play it. Oh,
he's passing back. This is
like
like
the-
if Genesee can punish this line of play.
yeah, it's definitely like you want this card, but like I think this is the one trigger you have it. As well as the prismatic ending is gone.
I mean, he might not know his her exact list,
Yeah.
so
I'm assuming like
Looks
if my
like he might
opponent
be
has like
safe,
one or
though.
two, I assume they have two, but also like wear and tear.
also you know your opponent's playing Ledger Shredder. By holding the chalice, this exact scenario is going to
You
be
get punished
where
by- yeah.
you probably still have to play your chalice out, but it's going to give your opponent a trigger.
Yeah. And what are you going to do? Not play your Ledger Shredder, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's
I think you have to. Yeah. Outside of Aiden drawing another expressive iteration, I think you're playing for turn. Because you do need to end the game relatively quickly, as Jessie is only on 3 lands, which is not giving her as much explosiveness on a combo turn to be able to have backup in the form of counter spells. So the longer that this board state exists, the better for Aiden, so long as he can fill it with creatures. I think he might have drawn another Ledger Shredder too.
oh yeah.
Double spell. Here's a dispute. I think he's thinking about.
I mean, it's all right.
That's fine because you have the second one. Now, do you play the second one and tap out?
I just never want to give my opponent more draws like this. I
know it. Okay.
I'm always scared. I mean, but now you just lock in yourself into playing the chalice, which is fine.
Jessie bought the second Underworld Breach, so that allows her to discard 1, growing the Ledger Shredder.
I think now you have to play the chalice if you went to this line.
You've been this far. This is a good time. Yeah, okay. And didn't he play the Spiral for now, right? Is he just saving that to discard off of the Shredder?
I assume so.
Iteration. Very powerful magic card. Looks like she found another iteration and 2 other cards. Like it looks like Island. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be Island. The other card is on the bottom. Island will presumably be played. Short of finding an Urza Saga for a draw for turn, I think you're playing that island.
Yeah, for sure.
The 2 triggers of the Shredders on each player's side. Aiden's will resolve first as Jessie is turn player, putting her trigger on the stack first. It's resolved as it is placed second.
Now we're deciding. I mean,
The DRC,
yeah.
Jessie will discard a bauble about the best card to discard.
There's a grinding. Oh,
Grinding Station. Wow, okay. I think next turn, if Aiden doesn't have interaction, he is going to probably lose this game. We'll see.
They do have the chalice out, so that's like the only thing. If there's an answer, the game can't be over.
This is true. You're right.
No, actually, there is a prismatic ending in graveyard and off the Underworld Breach.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just actually forgetting completely about that. Yeah, I guess that's also another consideration why there only can be 1, 2. That's
You just don't.
That's good
You
deck
might not
building.
need. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
a really good deck building.
That's just the benefit of playing
Yep.
Underworld Bridge.
Yep. All right,
It's just
sorry,
something
iteration.
different.
I assume they have spell pierce in their caster board, so there's no reason not to. Oh, there's a heat too. All right. And there's another land. All right. And now we just have 2 mana open with an unholy in hand. I mean, this is even what I talked about. Like before even the combo, they can literally just blow up their whole board practically,
Right.
And then just beat them with a rag of
Multiple
their own. Yeah.
spells, yeah. The basic mountain with the acknowledgement of the life total is that's a way to lose this game if Aiden can answer the combo or protect the Chalice of the Void. Then coming in with a large dragon if Aiden can find one. But looks like the Legend Shredder is going to bite the dust here. Aiden not having a Marked Head in hand. So Aiden giving Jesse a lot of time here, which is exactly what she wants.
Yep.
Just to be able to set up and make this as likely to be a win as possible, basically.
Seen a brain hand from Aiden, but then I mean you have to take the straight, I'm pretty sure. I mean you're already on the back foot, your opponent can't say anything. And they have a legendary back if you don't block, which is like and then now it's just the underworld breach and Manifest it goes for it. KO.
Yep.
You know, there's just,
Dragavan.
I mean, we're just blocking, right?
Yep.
Because that's I mean you gotta try it. You gotta but yeah. I mean you have the abrade, but
I don't think that's gonna do.
it just grinding station just sacks it to
Yeah,
itself,
it's-
and then you get 3 cards.
Yep.
And then it doesn't matter. Yeah, this is why this deck is so good. Oh man.
We're about to see it right now. Because I believe Jesse will go for it here.
Yeah.
Just as the 2 cards in hand and what just one Steve Vents up, right?
Yeah, as well, I believe it's Steve Benson and Island.
Steve Vents
yeah.
Island. Okay.
But I mean, it's a desperation move. Your opponent can dash dragon into you.
Yeah,
Like,
I-
I mean, I'm always just chalking up to you have nothing after this, and then you have prismatic ending, kill chalice.
Yep.
Oh, here's a Teferi that you can just also recast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Teferi just seals things up. I think that's a great way to start. You get a lot of
Also
triggers
playing
as well.
around. Also, I guess there's an argument because there's spell pierce, but like it doesn't even matter because if you spell pierce this, then you get a.
Well, the Teferi just answers the chalice.
Oh no, I was mainly
Yeah.
referring to that this can play into chat. This can play because you don't have enough lands.
Oh, sure.
But it's just GG from here because now you.
Yep. I mean, we didn't actually see the win con from game 1, so
Yeah. Yeah.
maybe Aiden has a dress down, but the Teferi's in play now, so
Yeah.
there's
Yep.
not really anything you could have at this point.
Yep.
But knowing how your opponent's deck wins the game is
Yeah.
a reasonable thing to see.
There is just a Teferi out, but yeah,
There's some pretty routine combo action going on here, just sacrificing Mox Amber after floating mana with it to generate 3 cards from your deck, and basically just sending them straight to exile unless they're
Yeah.
Thassa's Oracle. So you can replay the Mox Amber and repeat this process until you find a Thassa's Oracle and have ample mana to cast it,
Yep.
and your library contains no cards, thus winning you the game.
yeah. And with Teferi out, not enough records, that's a unbar or something.
Right.
It's just always over.
And there is a Thassa's Oracle.
Presumably, I assume he would over scoop, but of course, making your opponent do it is torment magic. There is the error that
All right.
possible, but there's
And
the
Jesse will take down this match 2-0.
Yep.
Pretty powerful gameplay from the Breach player, showing just how good of a matchup this can be. Both players played pretty tight, I think. Just maybe we'll see these players back in top 8.
sure.
We still have a couple more rounds here, so we'll be doing 5 rounds and then a cut to top 8. So
Of course.
stick with us here. And we will see y'all back for round number 4. All right, excuse the delays. We are just figuring out our feature match table here, as we do have some draws going into this fourth round of 5 for Swiss. As our 3-0 players are all acknowledging that they will play each other if they draw, and we'll draw again into top 8. So we have half of our top 8 presumably locked for the next couple rounds. And the next 2 rounds will be decided by the X1 players going into top 8. So for the next few rounds, it will not be undefeated players, but it will be players that are in contention for top 8. So here we see 2 new players that we haven't seen yet today for round number 4. On the left, we have Caleb on 5-color creativity, and on the right, we have Nick on Amulet Titan. I believe creativity is the most represented deck here, looking at MTG Melee, with about 12% of the meta. I think there are either 3 or 4 players with that deck here in our 32-person tournament. So definitely a popular choice for today, and I think just in the meta in general. Very strong, consistent deck, using a lot of powerful cards in the format, such as Fable the Mirror Breaker, Ren 6. Lots of good stuff going on there. So it looks like Caleb is taking them all down to 6, keeping that, and Nick is shipping his 7 back down and going to be drawing a new one here momentarily. Like Nick may be on a mulligan to 5 here. Yes, he is, in fact, on a mull to 5, and he's keeping it, starting us off with a forest and just passing it back. Caleb with a fetch land of his own, and passing it back. A float a green, cast an amulet, which will get spell pierced, but we do have a Gruul bounce land in play. So a rather slow start for Nick here, but next turn, providing a lot of lands in hand, we do get to drop down on Azusa, Lost But Seeking, and play a few more lands. But on a multi 5, typically the amulet decks don't have either threats or lands to play. So we'll see. Looks like he has a bit of both. This is going to be a Dryad instead of an Azusa, okay? And with a prompt Valakut being played there. So next turn, with a couple more untapped lands, we will be able to cast a Primeval Titan. If not, we will try to put more lands into play to make our Dryad and Valakut combo online. All right, so we did make an Archon here. Not too much value, just going to be getting the Dryad out of the way here. But the Leyline Binding has already taken care of that. So the creativity might have been a lucky card off the top or a piece that was needed for the combo. As we might have wanted to save that Leyline Binding for later, but it is pretty decent now. It's going to be able to um, give Nick a window, actually, if he has a Boseiju, to get a Dryad if he needs one. But he's not going to have too many more turns, especially after a second Archon comes down here. Nick realizes that as well, and we're going to move over to game number 2. All right, well, we are here for game number 2 with Nick on the plate this time with a lot better start, looks like. Uncounterable Amulet on the play, thanks to Caleb not having a lance up. So, not off the cavern.
Yeah.
But backup cavern. Counterspell's not going to be too relevant for creatures in this matchup, but having access to green mana is still pretty relevant.
I think this hand is like very reliant on the bounce land, and the big part about this is now Caleb is able to turn to Leyline Binding, which is going to be a super big consideration.
That could snag a Dryad or just the Amulet.
Yeah, I like just going after the Amulet. I mean, you've played this side of the matchup, like you played the Amulet side, and I played the Creativity side. So like, but
I feel like Nick's just. I saw the Simic Growth Chamber in his hand. I feel like he might not have a 3-mana ramp spell, which is the issue. I think he just picked up a Grazer. So we might see something next turn. Oh no, Crumbling Vestige might actually make it possible. There's a green off of the Vestige to cast Grazer. This will be Simic Growth Chamber.
here's Boseiju.
But while it's still tapped, with the amulet trigger on the stack. Message is going to be channeled by Caleb, resulting in Nick not being able to cast a Primeval Titan here, which is very important. Also loses access to the bounce land for future turns. He chooses to pick up Crumbling Vestige. And no play on 3 mana, a little concerning, but you can't always have it all.
And I'm pretty sure he also has a Teferi in hand, so he can bounce back the amulet and he can replay it. That also can choke you out of mana, of course. But of course, like now that we know, we just know Crumbling Vestige and not another bounce land.
Yeah, I don't think he has another one. We're not even positive if he has a threat. I would imagine so.
Yeah, you kept his head for a reason, not just
Yeah.
one amulet and some caverage. Because that Grazer was off the top as well. But yeah, just being able to redeploy to Fairy, making your opponent use another mana, and then even if they have a bounce land,
Yeah.
they would have to be a Susa, right? Oh,
For that, yeah.
so I think there's
no fourth line.
Oh, there's a dress down. So even if your opponent does get to do it,
I mean, you make a 6/6.
I do kind of like deploying to the Fairy, but there is some merit to not doing it.
Suppose it's on 0. Okay. That might buy Nick some time. I don't think Caleb has Prismara Command in hand. So
Oh, he does have another bounce land as well.
picking up a Cavern after floating some mana.
This pass as well, yeah. Definitely not Prismar Command now, of course, but
Wow,
I mean,
okay. So next turn, Crumbling Vestige is just the plan, as long as any wood sticks around. All right, and here is the Crumbling Vestige, but it will be met by Caleb's Dress Down. So Nick's plan of being able to leave up mana for Engineered Explosives is not going to be viable just yet. So as long as Caleb draws a 4th land, he's gonna have an Archon next turn, and slowly start to churn out this game. Amulet Titan no longer having access to Field of the Dead would give it a pretty good edge against this Archon deck, but with the inclusion of Dress Down in these decks as well, it's pretty good at stunting Amulet and just buying a few turns, which is really all you need outside of the creativity deck to be able to beat Amulet Titan, is to just draw the game out a little bit, increase the pressure and board state with Archons, and just make it so your opponent has as little resources as possible as Archon attacks both the battlefield and the hand. And so we're going to have a 1/1 dwarf in play. And we know about the creativity in hand.
yeah, and not having a way to, answer this, of course, like you're going to sack the door. Of course, you're going to sack the Abordio Grazer, but and then Primal Titan will trigger or something like that. But of course, if there's like a way to get to the Cultivator Colossus or some way, shape, or form of something else, that's really big. Because or of course, like the Titan can actually just trade with the Archon.
It could trade, yeah, if you wanted to block. Giving it double strike is also an option. We do have an amulet in play, so some form of that line is possible if Nick can actually get some triggers and find some lands off of these Titans. Because they're really just Colossal Dreadballs. They make your opponent discard a card at this point.
Yep. Yeah, the life swing does actually come up in like as a way not to just immediately die, which is super big. But if Nick has another Perennial Titan, it's lights, right?
I think so. He does need to find a way to get a Dryad too. Dryad's a way to just kill your opponent, especially when they're at 15.
Yeah, being able to just kill the creativity or the Archon and then just keep going is crazy.
Yep.
There's 4. Transmute, I assume. Oh no.
6 off of that, yeah. So
Okay, he did.
you should be able to give this one haste. Yeah, we see Boris Garrison and then Slayer Stronghold. And then we will untap with a bunch of lands, and we should have a Dryad plus Valakut's in play. And then if Nick, yeah, he has a land in hand from the bounce, so he'll be able to then play the Crumbling Vestige after the Dryad to be able to double bolt the Archon.
Yeah,
Because these attack triggers probably just get, if he doesn't already have a Summoner's Pack, he's going to get Teleria West, Simic Growth Chamber, and then Valakut.
Yeah.
Uh, to, yeah, that's actually is just enough mana to do that because he has an untapped forest.
as well as like if he does have the block, he is just dead.
Right.
But
Yeah, I mean this is an attack for 14.
Yeah.
As it is.
Yeah.
Bit of a rocky start for Nick, but I mean, he looks like he's in a commanding position now, so looks like he might already have the pact in hand.
most likely, he's grabbing just basic forest. He's the cultivator with ample lands in hand.
Yes, this should seal the deal.
I see a Dryad, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and a Dismember.
Yeah, okay, we are very insulated here. And we're still drawing cards.
All right, I think we finally stopped, but here's a Dryad, and
He's gonna show him the Dryad, we're gonna untap. He's still gonna have a land drop, yep. Oh, because Caleb just took the damage and went straight to 1, so
yeah,
any bolt is gonna be good enough here. And these players are heading over to game number 3. We can pull up their sideboards here. Looks like Nick is working with 3 Dismember, 2 Endurance, 2 Engineered Explosives, 2 Force of Vigor, 2 Hydroid Crisis, a Beseiju, 1 Emrakul of Promised End, Cavern of Souls, and 1 Relic of Progenitus.
it's definitely a very good sideboard and very big consideration even for the mid-range plan of this deck.
Yeah,
Which is super good. Like I like that a lot. And then of course like 3 Dismember just being normally a 1 mana answer.
do you bring the Emrakul in here?
Sadly, I don't think so. I don't think you got that plan backed up.
It's a little. I don't think the games go long enough.
Yeah,
I think like it is good. It's just you don't make enough mana fast enough.
I do like the what I feel like he was boarding in. It would be 3 endurance, 2 endurance, 3 Dismember, the 2 engineering explosives, Beseiju and Relic. I really love just having a choke point of just Ren 6. This deck is very reliant on keeping just 2 landers.
Yeah.
And like Ren 6. And I've of course a very different deck that operates a very different way. But with 4 color, I just like would snap off an endurance and just cut him off.
I think you have to because, like you're saying, the deck really just relies on being able to make a land drop every turn for 4 turns. And if you just take that away, then the deck does not do much.
Yeah, its backbone is just Ren. And I think that's my main reason I love it, just being able to get rid of it. Yeah, especially with like your opponent mulliganing. Like, of course, if they keep 7, like I'm less inclined to do it. But if that's say like a 6 or a 5, like I want to just throw it immediately. So
this is true.
And of course, Nick keeping 7 is kind of the scariest thing.
A little scary. Yeah.
Is Nick Hot Hands Peterson?
He is the hot hands. He's got a Saga Grazer Forest start, which is one of the most powerful things you can do with that deck on turn 1.
I mean, it just makes an Ancient Tomb, right? Like
It basically does.
Yeah.
It's really good game 1 because it stops everything. It's good against.
Oh, and your opponent's going to 5.
Yep. I saw on the floor earlier today, Caleb was having a bit of an issue. I think that's where he picked up his first loss was just against Murktide, not being able to play the game. And mulling to 5 is definitely, you don't need a ton of cards like you were saying. You really just need a 2-lander with Ren. Then the rest is gravy. So we'll see if you can make it work.
I'm seeing Nature's Claim and some lands and
Nature's Claim is a wasteland.
Yeah.
In this matchup.
Yeah, so I'm doing to hammer actually last round.
It's some spicy tech that having the Nature's Claim there. Looks like he's keeping Prismara Command, Nature's Claim, a couple lands, and 1 more card.
Right. Oh, and Dismember picked up. Oof.
So pretty good one. There's the Saga untapped.
Yeah. Actually, something that's crazy about this is that he wants to commit a turn 2 play. He has to fetch not a try home to blow up this up.
Oh, you're right. Though.
yeah,
Yeah.
I was like,
He might not have a turn 2 play.
That's true.
It looks
but
like
if you draw a Ren off the top, like, are you just letting your opponent have?
a saga.
Yeah,
That's tough, honestly.
like,
You almost don't want to draw red here. He drew a fetch line. Okay. That's actually probably better.
yeah.
Because then he gets to.
Yeah, I don't ever want to be put in the position to like have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Like I just
It's a hard decision.
okay.
It looks like, yeah, we are just going to take it out, though. Nick will go up to 24 and lose land.
I'm pretty sure you're just inclined even if you draw the Ren to stun rate your opponent, but still, like,
I think in this case, against Hammer, maybe not. I think I'd rather develop a Ren.
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
But against a combo, basically combo deck, I would take the time to slow them down as much as possible. Nick definitely had a game plan. It is totally different now that the saga doesn't exist. We see some hesitation there.
Ooh, and there's a Ren picked up.
Wow,
Yeah.
it's working out pretty nice.
Yeah. Of course, this deck naturally can just get a couple more land drops and
Yep.
go from there. Shock and pass. Is it Prismari command or
He has one. We know about it. Here it is.
okay?
He's probably just gonna loop, make a treasure. I would
Yep.
imagine.
Especially it plays around the dwarf plays around Beseiju, and then the treasure plays around.
And they both died to engineered explosives.
That's very true.
But engineered explosives is surprisingly easy to answer. So
yeah, exactly. The card that
Yeah.
that this even does it. It's
Yep.
Oh, there's creativity. And if he just goes for it, which I assume you're priced into, like your opponent.
I mean, it's really just Beseiju. Wow. Okay. Beseiju is the only thing you could get caught by there, I think.
Yep.
But I mean, developing the Ren when your opponent's stumbling is pretty
I
strong.
mean, your opponent's not going to do something with nothing, right?
Right.
Like they're like waiting one turn is fine if you draw some way to protect or something, get to favor or something.
It's like a couple basics, Summoner's Pact, a few other cards that I can get a great look at Nick's hand. Nick might be thinking about pacting for an Azusa / Dryad here to get some of these lands out of his hand.
Do you make it far enough with the Dryad? Like, because then you just have to tap out from the pack, probably, right?
Yeah, you
Next
do.
turn.
You get more land drops. I think he has a bunch of lands in hand. So it might be worth getting a Dryad here. Yeah.
That's true. But yeah, I mean, you just hope your opponent doesn't have creativity, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Azusa also dies to Fire Ice
That's also very true.
and Prismari Command, which Caleb has access to both.
But, like, time walking yourself with the pack is like kind of the scariest thing possible now. Because now you have just one open and he's playing like he has the same.
I was just about to say he is representing that, so and he must not have another land. It's tough.
I mean, you just make a dwarf here, and then you have dwarf and then the treasure.
Did he flash in engineered explosives, Nick?
Did he?
I thought I saw one in his hand.
I thought it was a dismember.
There's Dismember. It might be a different card, but I thought I saw.
I'd be shocked if he didn't stand run.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he might actually have the Beseiju then.
Yeah, and Caleb just navigating this very well.
Especially on the Multi 5 deficit, things are looking pretty good for him. Being on the play definitely helps. This tempo sort of like drag race that's going on here.
Caleb's played this deck for so long.
He's been playing it before, yeah, way before it's popular.
And I assume he knows exactly what like he's representing. Though he did not see Dismember. I will say that.
Yes. But he is doing it for X equals 2 here. Targeting one of each, it looks like the treasure and
Like sadly it's the time of
Nick is still going to be behind, but there's only going to be one Archon here, but it is going to get in a lot of damage since, like Ian was saying, there was a Summoner's Pact that's going to be put on the stack, so not going to be looking too good for the Amulet Titan player, but there's still hope. Not seeing an Amulet, though, means this next turn after the Pact will not be as explosive. But if we find an amulet in a bounce land, I think we could get some things going here. We still have the Dread, so we have multiple land drops in play. So Caleb still has a treasure. A fetch land we know about.
Did you pay for pack?
He did draw, so we should go stop that. Line of play. He got it. All right, we have gotten that all corrected, but he did take a draw. But with the way the rules are now, you are allowed to rewind to that point if not too much has passed, and your opponent elects to put that trigger on the stack, and Nick paid for it promptly, and just pass the turn back.
And here's another creativity right off the top. Oh man,
That is probably the strongest thing that could happen.
I think
right
Nick
now.
has two. How many cards does Nick have in hand? Two?
It looks like it.
Yeah, that is with enough stuff. Need another dwarf, and then with enough requisite mana to make what 3 more archons, I think.
I think so. He might not have enough. We could just
Oh no,
kill
just
an Archon.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, he has the treasure for it, but because then you get to keep the initial one.
Well, you could just get rid of it though to kill him,
That's true.
or put him to 1, I guess. Well, then if you haven't activated Ren, then you ping him.
Well, he did pick up the land.
He did get the.
But he has a fire.
I don't think he has the mana for that though.
No.
Oh no, he doesn't have enough mana to make 3. Okay, so yeah.
Okay. Oh, he has 1 card down. Yeah. After the Archon attack.
Yeah.
So like yeah.
So as long as we make an Archon here, make him discard it, then I think Caleb wins this match.
Yep. And he sees the line.
This will be 2.
Oh, there's the prime
Yep.
too.
So close.
Now somehow cascading through your deck, but it's not cascading. Like
And it still shuffles too.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's like it doesn't matter. Yeah. Nick sees the writing on the wall and takes an unfortunate loss to creativity just after beating a creativity deck. So
yeah.
Caleb advances to 3-1. Nick will be in 2-2. So stay tuned for the last round of Swiss before we cut to top 8 after that. So we will take a look around, see if we can find another match. But if not, we'll see you for the 5th and final round of Swiss.
It's a sideboard card.
I think that's why they don't do it.
All right, we're here for our fifth and final round of Swiss. I'm joined in the booth by Caleb this time instead of Ian.
Hello, everyone. I'm Caleb Miller, and I'm doing commentary.
Hell yeah. All right. So we have Austin on Teamer Rhinos, and we have Ethan on Blue Red Mercantile, presumably. So it looks like our players are.
Okay, sorry about the interruption, everyone.
Looks like Ethan won the die roll here, as he leads on a 0 mana opt, so to speak, with the Mishra's Bauble plus fetch lane combo.
Very strong first turn play.
Pretty good.
Even better if you had like a DRC or something. Oh, but there's a Dash Ragavan.
Ragavan, okay.
Ooh. Feeling, ooh.
Crashing Footfalls.
That's a, well, that would have been in his hand. So.
Not the worst hit, honestly.
Well, unless
like Ethan can't really do too much with it.
Yeah. But Austin wouldn't have a whole lot to do with it in his hand other than just cast it.
Right.
Suspend it.
Yeah, and I don't think he's playing Endurance main deck, so it wouldn't even pitch to that.
Not a bad hit overall.
Yeah.
I'd be pretty happy if I was in the random spot.
I think so, yeah. And nothing too crazy for Ethan yet. He is holding up a Spell Pierce, but Austin's really not going to be casting too many spells before turn 3. So if Ethan had like a Ledger Shredder or something to play like that, it would have been a little bit better, but I know a lot of lists are trimming those down to usually around 2. I think 3 is the most I've seen.
Or are they down to 2 shredders?
2 shredders, yeah.
I remember when they were doing 4. And I
Yeah,
thought that was pretty good.
It was good, but I think a lot more people are playing like Unholy Heats and Leyline Binding exists.
Yeah.
The card just gets a lot worse.
That makes a lot of sense.
It's also a weird card in the deck, like the fact that it's a threat that costs 2 mana that doesn't like immediately end the game, because like Murktide just like decides the game basically.
Exactly.
But like whereas Ledger Shredder costs a lot of mana. I know 2 isn't that much, but like for Murktide's purposes it is.
Yeah, there's the dead gone.
And it will in fact make the Ragavan dead.
That's if it doesn't get spell pierced.
That's true. And
there
has it. Okay.
Take 1 damage
just to keep this around.
That's not a bad choice.
Snags.
Ragavan is a very strong card.
It is. He keeps dashing it too, so
can't really do a whole lot. Can't Fury it.
No, but he does have 2 treasures now.
Yes.
So
it's leaving up counter spell.
Yep, he can in fact do that. So if Austin is trying to resolve a violent outburst here, he could do it on the upkeep, but then Ethan would still have a bunch of mana left.
Yeah, which is risky because he could just have another spell pierce, or
well, he would just have a lot more mana.
Yeah,
he goes from 2 to 5.
Yeah, it's just not a reasonable choice.
I don't think so. It's not the worst thing he could do. I think maybe trying to play a Blood Moon here would be pretty powerful, but Austin now he has a forest. He could cast a Violent Outburst through a Blood Moon.
Yeah.
But he couldn't cast Shardless Agent or any of his blue cards.
Is he playing main deck Blood Moon?
He's playing 3. Yes.
3, okay. I know Rhinos were playing a sideboard for a while. I didn't know they moved the main deck.
Nowadays, yeah, there's just a lot of just color decks.
Yeah, too much
a lot of
the main stuff. And,
Leyline Binding dot deck.
It's strong.
Oh, it looks like there was a fetch on Ethan's end step.
Yeah.
So now we're in.
Oh, so Ethan missed a land drop.
Right.
Just going for main phase, Violent Outburst.
Sure. Cascade happens.
Yeah, there's that Blood Moon you're talking about.
In the main phase, honestly, I don't hate it.
No,
you force Ethan to use his treasures, or at least one if he has one.
Yeah, I think it's very reasonable. Yep, there it is.
Counterspell. Okay.
Use both the treasures.
It's pretty low on resources too. So if he misses another land drop, this could be a window for Austin to try and resolve. Okay, so
here's the land drop and the Ragavan hit. which is going to oh with
And Austin can fetch for an island if he so chooses, which would make a pretty good way for a Blood Moon to come down at some point.
is Austin playing main deck Leyline Bind? Sorry about that, everyone. James just had to step away for a little bit, sorting out deck checking for top 8. So let's see. What did we miss while we were gone? Got a suspended Rhinos, and a Rhinos that is resolved, which is a very powerful against Murktide. And then we'll take his turn. Okay, we're tapping out for a Furies, what it looks like. Yep, there it is. Oh, sorry guys. Attacking for 8. And here comes the Unholy Heat to take out the Rhino. Only gonna get hit for 4.
You don't have, you don't have to be a part of it. I won't say.
Okay, and then tap land. Oh yeah, that's a powerful turn for Ethan there, killing both of Austin's creatures. Let's see what he can do to capitalize on this moment. Maybe a Murktide, be a very powerful turn. Sitter leaves a card on top and draws it, and then passes the turn. So next turn, the Rhinos is coming off suspend. Gonna need an answer for that on Ethan's end if he doesn't want to lose. Yep, there it comes. And there's a counter spell. Needs a card on top. Looking good so far for Ethan. Yep, looking very like Austin's not really drawing anything. At 5 life, there's a Murktide. Yep. Not good. That's going to be probably a game win on Murktide. Yep, there it is. Okay, and as players sideboard and get ready for game 2, see you guys later. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. Just doing a quick deck check back here, and we're back with the match. We got the Crashing Footballs getting Spell Pierced. Very exciting gameplay over here. And a DRC trigger to resolve. That may or may not happen.
I thank you all for being very patient. We are just setting up our top 8 now and should be starting matches momentarily. All right, thank you everyone for watching us on this journey today of our RCQ for Modern. We're now in the quarterfinal match where we see Ethan on Murktide versus Ken on Blue White Control with a Kahira companion, it looks like. I'm joined here in the booth by Nick Peterson. We'll be doing commentary for at least the quarterfinals matchup, and we will see how this event pans out. This is a one slot RCQ, so only the winner of the finals is going to get the invite for DreamHack. So some pretty high stakes gameplay today. We'll be getting some coverage for everything here, and our players are already underway, so start talking about that. But it looks like Ethan was the higher seed, so we are already going to game 2. So double island start. No fetches for Ethan either, so we're relying solely on instants and sorceries and the bubble to fill his graveyard for now.
Does notably make him pretty strong of a Blood Moon if he's main decking Blood Moon.
This is true. I believe he is. Yeah, he does have one blood. Ethan has one Blood Moon main deck, so that'll come into play very greatly against his 4-color essentially opponent.
especially with all these fetches and the triumphs he's doing here. To line us up for a really potent blood moon.
Yeah, the only trick now is to get it to resolve. Can't get a great look at the cards Ken has in hand. Looks like a few lands, Leyline Binding. Might not be into counter spells.
Oh, binding deck.
Yeah, snag up the DRC off the Binding. Fetch off of the Stalling Tarn down to 17. Might be fetching up a basic here just to play around Blood Moon, like you were saying. It's would be pretty powerful.
That's what he does do.
And this does hold up a counterspell with the least amount of life expended. So if Ethan tries to slam Murktide here, he needs land plus counterspell backup.
Ethan did find the fourth land, so he could have that line. He's not expressive.
Yeah, it looks like no threat to deploy just yet. Hopefully the EI. It looks like EI found Blood Moon or Lightning Bolt. It went to the bottom, so I'm guessing that was a Lightning Bolt.
Probably put the blood moon in, just setting up his land drops for now. We could see a pretty potent counterspell plus blood moon on the following turn, because we did see an extra land in his hand after the bottom draw.
Well, I think that card he bottom was a Bolt, not a Blood Moon, so I don't think the Blood Moon is in hand.
Oh,
But I mean, Ken's perfectly fine just playing this land go game, which I think he is more likely to win in the hand.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
when in this position, if all they're doing is just deploying mana.
Yeah, because Ethan should run out of land drops before Ken does, just based off the dichotomy of the deck. Murktide's running usually 19, sometimes even 18 lands. And the control decks are always upwards of 20. But Ethan did just pick up a Spell Pierce, so that'll help him fight some counter wars. That might be the only
That's
form
right.
of counter spell he has.
This recommends super good against these control decks because it forces the action on your turn every time. So things like Prismatic Ending become look very weak in the face of it.
Yeah, the dash is very powerful. Looks like Subtlety is actually going to be cast for its full cast, targeting the Ragavan. Might go to the bottom too.
I'm honestly kind of surprised he wouldn't want to try to combat trick the Ragavan and just deal with it permanently. Maybe if he just doesn't care if
Well,
the opponent draws.
I think it's going to go to the bottom. I think Ken is okay if Ethan draws it because that's just not a great draw right now. Ethan needs to find like a more formidable threat, I believe,
it still gets through with just a lightning bolt.
because then you have to bolt the Subtlety.
Yeah. But I think all of your threats are gonna need to get around the all your non-Murktide threats are gonna need you to deal with the subtlety anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's better that Ken used the Subtlety on the Ragavan for Ethan because then he can't have it for something like Murktide. So
But still got the spell pierce.
yeah, so Ken just lets that resolve, drops a land and passes it back.
And we see the monkey take 2.
Ken will fetch down to 14 minimum. We'll see what he grabs here. Just a plains, okay, so further to play around Blood Moon and lose the least amount of life.
Might just be hard casting a solitude here.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Oh,
just a Leyline Binding, okay.
want to leave a good man up for other stuff.
And that is one more Leyline Binding that's not going towards a Murktide though, so Ethan's probably not too happy, but not disappointed, I would imagine.
And these 1-for-1s, when you're, especially since you're seeing all these EIs are kind of in your favor, because you're getting to, there's all these EIs get up 1 card each time. So like your opponent's whittling down their resources while you're still chugging ahead with these outs.
Yeah, and Ken doesn't have too much in play either. I mean, both players basically blank boards. I'm kind of surprised Ken didn't buy the Kahira last turn, if his play was just Leyline Binding. But then if he needed to Leyline Binding plus buy Kahira plus Counterspell, I think he would have had to fetch Shock. So there might be a reason about that, but I would think he would have more than one island, but can actually take a look. Let's see. He has 2 islands. Okay. will be an unholy heat on the Ren and 6 after it takes up.
So clear that very good walker in the current metagame.
Yeah, one of the top two, maybe the best. Only real contenders, Fairy Time Rattler.
Second spell for the Shredder. Kind of unfortunate to see.
Yeah, I mean, he's been expending a lot of his resources with these iterations and dashing the Ragabands every turn. But I mean, Shredder looks like it's going to stick for now. And Ken, like you were saying, is lower on resources because of all of those.
Still got 2 bindings left in his deck to deal with it fairly cleanly. That looks like a March of Otherworldly Light and Prismatic Endings. So
Mhm.
it could just be that he's got the social speed answers.
And then,
he doesn't
yeah.
need to do anything with it yet.
Right. I thought that's 12, yeah. Be able to cast Teferi. Maybe fight over the Teferi, just shocking to play around Spell Pierce.
Could be it.
So bigger resolves.
Just
Spell Pierce big
now
one.
our brick.
Yeah, Spell Pierce iteration, or Shredder, and one other card now. Just gonna redeploy the Shredder.
Hopefully do something to use with it. Maybe shred that Pierce that's pretty dead in his hand now.
There's a Murktide too.
That's a good one.
It does look like Ken has a Solitude in hand, though, I will say so. Ethan probably shouldn't make this too large, as Ken is not playing anything like Unholy Heat, so even like a 5/5 dragon here is pretty decent and plays around Solitude a little bit better.
Get the Legislature, but probably just discard the spell. Oh, it doesn't grow the.
I would get rid of the Spell Pierce. I guess his plan is to eventually take out this Teferi, but for quite some time, I feel like the Spell Pierce is going to be dead.
Yeah. I think the 2 power also guarantees it's dead if he doesn't spend another spell on the Shredder.
It also trades with Solitude, or not even trades, it just kills the Solitude, yeah. A lot of lands for Ken, so not a terrible thing, but he would like to probably see Teferi Hero of Dominaria or some form of card advantage here. Whether it be an iteration of his own, no, he actually is not playing Expressive Iteration, okay.
Just the run white and blue, right?
Basically, yeah. Three Prismatic Ending and then some green sideboard cards, it looks like. Just Pasaju, really. And Veil, okay.
Looks like he triggered the. I don't know if he's got a second spell here to clear with the Teferi if he's gonna sit that hard on the Spell Pierce. It does look like he's flooding a bit, so maybe he's just trying to thin out some of the same. Like just slightly better his action spells.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Ken flooding the board up now, and with Teferi in play, blinking most of Ethan's cards in his deck, taking a pretty big role in winning this game number 1. So he attacks for 7 here, and it's going to be an 11-point life swing as Ken will gain 4 off of the Salty.
Not looking too good here for Ethan.
Ethan, yeah, he's already used 2 of his iterations, so if we can find more of those, I think that's a good start to get back into this game. This board state by no means is unbeatable. This will be an Unholy Heat
On Solitude, it looks like.
But are we not delirious? Or okay, no, it does deal enough damage. It was just
Get the trigger on that. Hopefully we can grow our.
I think growing it to 2 is pretty important there, but Ethan being reluctant on discarding his actual spells, which makes sense in this war of attrition here.
Surprised we didn't see him attack it last turn.
Oh, did Ken not uptick?
He did uptick it last turn, I believe. We didn't attack last turn though, which was surprising. To keep it at like 2 damage, 2 health on it.
Right.
Uh,
Well, it looks like it's a 1.
Just down. Oh, we do get the trigger before it enters. We can get a little bigger here. So gonna hold on to that Pierce. Oh,
No,
we
finally gets rid of the Pierce right when the Teferi's about to die. Um,
Now it loses flying, but now it could favorably get for Kihira, right?
it could. So now Ken is questioned with, does he want to get rid of his Kira or does he want to get rid of his Teferi?
Looks like he just took the hit going to post combat thing.
Yep.
Teferi's
So now Teferi's up. The dice was a little misleading.
I will say, out of Ethan, you really don't want to be finding these lands this late in the game off of your expressive. You kind of want to like double spell off of it.
Yeah.
So they haven't been as potent as they could be in this matchup.
They've been a little below average, I would say. I think he had one good one. But just the fact that it churns through your deck to
Yeah, just make sure
it's
that
gonna be beneficial. Yeah. Still Teferi in play though, blanking a lot of cards for Ethan. And here's a backup Teferi.
it's gonna just reset the count.
Yep. No, that's why Shredder's been
On the downswing.
yeah, there's just been less copies of it in the main deck. In general, in the Murktide decks, I think most are down to 2, sometimes 3. I believe Ethan is on 3.
Yeah, it's the combination.
He's still in 2. Okay, he's on 3 Murktide, 2 Leonard Shredder.
Combination of Teferi and the land binding, making it very hard for that creature to see a big impact in the format.
Well, looks like Ethan's fighting through this. He's gotten rid of the Kihira. He has a Shredder. We're gonna trigger.
We triggered on the.
Well, he triggered it.
already.
Yeah.
Then we clear it with the Ragavan attack.
And Ken got a little greedy with playing another Teferi, but he did get the value of bouncing it to draw a card. So
Still a net positive exchange for him.
I believe so. Yeah. And Ken also has drawn a lot of lands, so there's a good chance that these players are starting to draw a lot of the gas in their deck now with these next few draws.
But now does deal with that Shredder. Is that a counterspell we saw in Ethan's hand?
That is, yes. And so here's the Ragavan Shredder combo. Getting rid of that Spell Pierce that is completely dead now. And hitting a Ren and 6 off of the
I think you like the
Ragavan.
cast.
That is probably one of the best hits outside of Jace or Hero of Dominaria.
He's even on a Fiery Islet.
He is on 1 Fiery Island, so if we could find that,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a really good recipe to win this matchup.
yep. Even just being able to take Ken off of the Ren is enough to win this matchup, I think.
Yeah. So that kind of sacrifices a lot of its mana base to force this green red card into its blue white deck.
Right.
So like being able to take that, stop them from drawing this card that they're sacrificing so much for the deck is actually kind of huge.
I think Ethan now there's only one fetchable land and left in his deck, and it's in his hand. So all these fetches are not going to do anything unless they pitch to Shredder. There's some use.
I think they're just shredder fodder, so you can churn a non-card out of your deck hand every time. Yeah, you're not growing the shredder, but you're turning your uptick on Ren into a possible any other card on the top of your deck.
Right. And notably, Ken is not on any main deck Supreme Verdict. So there's no 3-for-1 answer that he's going to have here.
Do the players know the opponent's deck lists?
This is a normal bracket. There is no open deck list in this tournament. So
Okay. So he doesn't necessarily know that unless he knows the list very like plays within the argument. But it is good for us to know that's not in the cards for him.
right. It looks like Archmage's Charm, trying to Divination, just gonna get hit by a counterspell. And Ken is at 14, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Is that another Murktide he's playing?
I think so. This will grow the second Murktide. And if Ken doesn't have a Solitude here,
Could be lights out coming up here soon.
I'm thinking so.
This is where you love to be in the Murktide matchups where you both have like a pair like that like cleared board, a lot of resources spent, then you just start slamming very large creatures.
Right. Yeah, no, the shields are basically down since you've grinded your opponent out using all the leyline bindings, prismatic endings, just earlier on in the game, and really just forcing them to have everything here. And Ken isn't on iteration, so there's no way for him to like really pull forward in these games.
It's just with his planeswalkers, we stuck them already, but
Right.
at this part it's too little too late.
And it looks like that's going to do it for game number 1. Ethan's going to claw back a pretty close match against blue-white / 4-color control, which I think he really needs to win game 1 to win this match, where Ken doesn't have Supreme Verdict, Veil of Summer, Flusterstorm. There's a lot of cards that Ken gets that are going to make it hard for Ethan, but winning game 1 is pretty strong. And we will reconvene after players finish sideboarding for game number 2. All right, looks like our players are all shuffled up and ready for game number 2. I'm just deciding on mulligans right now. It will be Ken on the play this time, as he lost game number 1. Still declaring Kira. Looks like both players are keeping their hands, and it's going to be Zigoth Triumph and pass to Ethan's shocking Steam Vents and passing it back.
You gotta think he's got a spell pierce or consider here.
He didn't have either. Well, presumably no spell pierce.
Okay.
No consider though.
It looks like he's probably holding his spell pierce for a Teferi or
I mean, that's all he has to do. He has to hold up 1 blue mana for the rest of the game, and his opponent has to play around spell pierce. So
like he doesn't
counterspell
quite
on
go for it.
DRC. Well, because you want to leave it for the Teferi.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just feels so bad to not have your threat stuck here because like while you're holding that 1 mana and you have a threat, it's not that big of a deal. But when you don't have a threat and you're holding up that mana the whole time, it can cause some like issues for you later in the game. If you
Oh, looks like Ken just has a bunch of counter spells in hand. That's why he fired that off on the DRC. So he was prepared to lose that fight to the Philippines.
Kind of sad, like to think about how this game would have been shaking up if his hands all counterspelled like that. If he actually fought over Darcy.
Because then there just would have been a Darcy in play for the
Yeah.
whole game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, here's Ren with counterspell backup. And,
Or
and just
for
paying
Pierce.
for
Yeah.
Pierce, yeah. So that
That's the thing.
means that Ethan might just not even cast the Pierce, or it does tap his opponent
He
out.
could
So.
pierce it to tap him out and then counterspell it if that's what he has. If
Right.
that's what he wants to do to deal with it.
So here's the Pierce.
Like it sucks to be Ethan here and 2-for-1 himself. I do believe he saw Murktide, so spending all these spells just to turbo him out is terrible.
I don't think there's enough spells in the graveyard. It's just the DRC. If we had to consider that got another instant sorcery, might be possible, but
If we go fetch land consider, we could make it.
second spell Pierce, okay. That's big for Ethan.
They don't get much better past this point, so you might as well
And
catch him.
yeah, and he's on 3 of them, so there's only one left. He might have trimmed it, although I think on the draw I would keep it against the Ren to Fairy deck.
Yeah. Notably, he's stuck at 4 mana there. He didn't make his land drop.
Yeah. There's an iteration from Ethan.
You have
I would counterspell this, yeah. I think you. This is what wins Ethan the matchup.
getting to rebuild after double piercing.
Right.
6 that's huge for him. And he gets a bobble. It's
Yep.
one of the good ones to hit. Doesn't look like he had a land. Let's see if he still has one in his hand. Looks like he does.
So we get to do the 0 mana opt here with the fetch and play. Looks like he wants to keep it on top, so he's just going to pass it back to Ken.
You do not like to see that from your opponents. And they have the option of getting potentially.
Simply just draw the card.
Ken missed land drop again. That does not bode well. The tempo deck is ahead of him.
He was very much looking to resolve that red and 6. But Ethan having the double spell pierce being really big here.
I think we can just let that go and we can hit a Murk guy here. If he has,
Yeah.
if he has last pierce. Oh, looks like he just sent it back.
Yeah, looks like Ken didn't draw a land either.
Okay. You gotta love this from Ethan. It's just to be able to build your mana so that you can deploy several threats in
Yeah.
one turn.
And then still have interaction up.
Yeah.
I mean, Ken is just counterspelling every threat that he has, but
Is that a flusterstorm?
that is a flusterstorm
So he's just
that
using
Ken
his spell
cannot even
pierce.
pay for, yeah. But Ken does have a veil, so this is going to effectively 2-for-1 his opponent, getting him up a card and resolving that stack in his favor.
And this is what we were talking about in the pre-board about how Ken gets a lot of really potent posers post-board. It makes this matchup pretty hard for Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan just can't do a whole lot about those threats, especially Supreme Verdict. It makes Ethan play in a very safe way. But in a matchup where we saw game 1, where going wide is very beneficial, but rather risky in the face of a verdict.
So we're casting something end of turn. Oh, it was post combat.
This is, yeah.
Or no, it's just after the thing. We do get another expressive resolve, which, like we said last time, is how you claw back into these matchups.
He's picking up a Mystical Dispute, and that's really good against Ken when he's missing land drops here. He still hasn't made his 5th one.
Even if he does
Ethan's
drop
already
his
on
land here, he
second.
probably wants to slam something like a Teferi or something if he's not playing anything on all these lands.
Well, I think he has a Ren in hand. I think he's trying to resolve that, yeah.
Fortunately, we only have 2 mana, not 3. We could otherwise dispute that.
Right, wow, very close. Looks like Ethan has 2 fetch lands and play 2 Scalding Tarns.
He's got one.
He has 3 Steam Vents in his deck, 4 islands,
So
so
he's only got one fetchable target.
well, he has 2 more. He has 1 more island and 1 more
So
Steam.
he's got 3 islands in play and 2 Steam Vents in play.
He's on 4 islands.
Oh, we have 4 islands. Okay. Oh.
Like he's gonna make it a 6 power at the moment. 2 Spell Pierces, iterations, 2 Ragavans.
And he's not on Holy Heat, correct? So this is
Yeah, Ken does not play on Holy Heat.
about as strong as it can be. Still dies to Leyland by stuff like that.
That's
But
why you don't want to make it too big, but you want to make it big enough.
mid clock.
right. And here is the Leyline Binding.
We could dispute it here.
I do like that, yeah. Ken cannot have too many cards in hand either. Although I guess he really has only just cast counter spells, cast a Veil of Summer, 2 Rens, and now a Leyline Binding, so he probably has 4 or 5 cards in hand. I don't think either the players mulliganed either.
I don't hate trying to save it. Here. No, he just lets it go under the.
Lets it go. Okay. Dispute might not get better than that though. Depending on how Ken is going to be playing, if he resolves it to Teferi or not.
It'll be very hard for him to resolve Big Teferi.
I'm talking about Time Rattler. Yeah,
He is on Big Teferis though.
he's got two of those.
We'll say this: the out of the Murktide deck, there's a fine line of where you have to play proactively and reactively, and finding exactly where you should be in any position is like the hardest part about playing this deck.
Mm-hmm. And it matters so much. If you choose the wrong situation, then that one decision line
Can
might have
determine
the whole, yeah. And that starts basically from turn one. Of there's usually a multitude of options you have on turn one, whether it is player draw, leaving up a spell pierce slash consider, or resolving a threat before your opponent can answer it properly. Lots of decisions to be made in the Murktide deck. On the surface, it doesn't really look like it, but as you delve deeper into the gameplay, it really shows just how many lines of play the deck really can have. And it's just going to be end step, subtlety, with nothing else on the stack from Ethan.
Looks like he's got counterspell, and then you know if he has the dispute. I think he's just trying to deploy whatever he can as a threat. Ethan ate most of his graveyard on that last Murktide, correct?
I believe so. Yeah,
So-
there's a few cards left.
Subtlety to subtlety. I really like the dispute here. Because you're probably going to look to bolt the subtlety anyway, if it resolves. Okay, he's just going to go
Just
for the
counterspell on it, yeah.
That I'm a little scared of. Because if he has
Yeah, there it is. Yep. It's a three of on the sideboard for a reason.
You can't counter it. I guess you can counter the original spell still. Just in response, mystical dispute the subtlety
Mhm.
before the veil is some result. I just personally would rather be able to counter the veil so that he doesn't get the draw as well.
What was this the last? Oh, this is dispute countering it.
Yeah, I just personally would have liked the other way. Just I want to limit how many cards my opponent gets.
All right, so after all the dust settles, the subtlety will resolve.
Although there's been like next to no combat so far, both players are down to 11 life.
Yeah, not I mean, Ken is basically a 5-color deck and has been fetching every opportunity he's had. He has missed a few land drops, so he could be lower, honestly, with the length of this game.
So for dramatic ending for
And
4.
that's gonna hit another counterspell out of Ethan.
Yeah, mismatching counter spells. It's kind of funny looking.
It's like Ken's just drawing all of his lands now. I'm gonna take a fetch twice, maybe fetch up some basics here. Yep.
I'm seeing like got 2 cards in his hand. I'd be surprised if those cards aren't heaters. I'd be surprised if he's not picking up his computer right here.
Yeah, I mean, he's played 3 counterspells already this game. It might be worth it to pick it up. It looks like he has more than 3 cards, actually. He's got 4. It did look like 2.
It really did look like 2.
I think there were just 2 underneath each other, 2 piles. And like you said, one of the last cards is a heater, so that Teferi will bounce the subtlety back.
Unfortunate that it puts him at sorcery speed because just deploying the subtlety would be what you ideally want to do here in response to the Teferi.
Right. Or at least on the end step, but
Yeah.
the Teferi does not allow that.
Showing why it's one of the 2 best planeswalkers in the format.
Yeah. Funny how Ken's deck plays both.
I cannot tell what that second card he played. Third.
That is a Mishra's Bubble.
Bishop Bubble?
Yep.
No. It's a
Season Pyromancer with an empty hand, so just draw 2. And looks like we're gonna bubble Ken.
You honestly have to like this position from Ethan. You're putting your opponent on having to have their verdict.
Yeah.
Start dealing with these because you have a 2-turn clock here. He's only at 9.
Ken is at 9, yeah. You can kind of ignore the planeswalkers if you think your creatures will live, but I mean, most of Ken's deck is just ways to answer creatures.
Ethan does have the benefit if he doesn't have like removal here, he does untap and just 3 fresh draws. So if they were more interaction, he could try to get all just squeak in these 2 hits.
Yeah.
Even if he has single removal, and or like verdict, he still gets the pyromancer to make 2/2/2s, which is not nothing.
Well, it looks like he has prismatic ending in hand. I saw that, and he has 4 other cards.
Waiting on the prismatic ending because he gets to instant speed to fairy is very good for him.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Ethan can't even fight over it until the fairy's gone.
Yeah, I believe it was Sam Black that said if prismatic ending was an instant, it would be the best removal spell ever printed. And being able to plus Teferi and have a quicken effect makes that possible. So also instant speed supreme verdict.
Looks like he's attacking the fairy, trying to allow his interaction to be back on. It's probably fairly certain he's facing some sort of removal spell. So I think he wants him to spend the removal to go with the subtlety and not the. Well, looks like he went for the thing attacking his life total anyway.
Understandable. It also gets that into exile, and this is a march of otherworldly light to take out
Yep, he had
the
he had the
subtlety.
mana for both.
Here's a Legend Shredder post combat. Do we have an iteration to follow this up?
That'd be probably the best 2 sets of cards he could have drawn off his 4 he's seen since he ended his turn.
This is a Blood Moon, still going to trigger Legend Shredder.
That's actually kind of huge. I don't see any basics in there.
Ken has 2. He has 1 of each. 1 plains, 1 island.
Oh, okay. That's kind of huge though.
Yeah, I mean, there's
He can't counterspell it anymore.
right. Oh, I mean, these already used 3, so
He still has archmages and things like that. Though.
he does. I imagine he would trim on that, knowing that Blood Moons are pretty relevant right now in the format.
Did he have a Murktide as well after the?
Yep.
Blood Moon? That is very
Very strong draws. Ethan has seen a lot of cards.
He
Yeah.
even cut him off of his verdict, so going wide here is very strong with them.
Yep. This is where Ken goes. Ken actually doesn't have a second plains. So the Supreme Verdict is off the table for as long as Blood Moon is in play, and we just used a prismatic ending and march on the 2 creatures.
So we just have a leyline binding for 2 because he's got islands.
Or keep this Teferi alive somehow.
Take it up to bounce.
Or we could have another Teferi. Now would be an opportune time to play that. But I would kind of, if I'm playing another Teferi to bounce a Blood Moon, I think I have to have a follow-up, right? Like you'd have to have a Verdict here, or at least a Solitude to take care of the Murktide.
Because all it's doing is buying you a turn. Because he still has all these threats in play that he's going to
Right.
hit you with.
I think you'd much rather bounce the Murktide with the size of Ethan's graveyard. And it looks like we're looking at Hero of Dominaria, so that we could end up tucking the Blood
thing.
Moon.
Or the. If you tuck the Blood Moon, though, you still have to deal with these creatures because you're just dead to this attack.
Well,
And 8/8 and a 1/3.
oh, he just already activated his Time Reveler, right? Yeah.
His family was at 1 before this because he bounced the.
I think it's a. Is it a 2 then?
Yeah.
We're drawing a card with the fairy. Okay.
I think he's just trying to find like a solitude or something to get out of this.
And
to
just
move
deal with the
things
Murktide. Yeah. And then it does get a lot easier if you can get rid of the Murktide.
If we're buying that, we could have a solitude here.
Yeah. That is the white card. Yeah.
Tick up, finds.
There's no lands yet anymore. Ren is pretty high up there. I think it's at 6 now. So not quite threatening the ultimate, which is a way to actually get out of this game.
So let's find. All right, Kess consider. That's a good first play. It primes his shredder to grow if he finds any actual action off of this.
Ethan's been drawing pretty well, so we'll see. Yeah, he's binning a land already. See what else he can find.
Any action here is just kind of nice, even if it's like a spell that doesn't actually do anything here, just because it triggers the shredder and gets you 1 card deeper.
Right. Here is the Solitude after
Yep.
pitching the Kihira. Teferi in play that'll take care of the 8/8. Sending Ethan back up to 19.
I could see him sending the shredder back into the deck since he chose to attack not the his Teferi, and just leave him with no threats, and then he gets to try to untap with this Teferi.
Yeah, untapping with the big Teferi is pretty big here.
He actually has access to uptick both Teferis, and then end his end step cast Supreme Verdict now. Because he'd float.
Well,
the
there's
white
still a
off-
blood. Oh, you're
he'd
right.
float
Yeah,
the white
you're
off.
right. I mean, to take care of one shredder, maybe not, but
if you could put
if there's another Murktide, yeah, then that could be huge. Looks like Besage in hand for Ken as well. So that is a way to get rid of the Blood Moon if we can make green mana, but I don't believe that is possible given the current game state.
Shredder's at a 1 power, correct?
I don't believe it has any counters, yeah, so
We could send the moon back and your big Teferi is still healthy enough to not be killed by it without him growing it. Yeah, it looks like that's what he's
Yeah.
doing.
third from the top. Looks like Ren's at 7 too, so
Yeah, this is not good for Ethan. It was looking pretty good for him there for a minute.
I mean here's an iteration. This
Yeah.
could turn the whole game around.
He gets to find his blood moon. Looks like Shredder, blood moon.
Veil Pierce, Blood Moon, DRC, I think. But Ken does have access to all of his mana right now.
Puts the face up one there, so the one he already knew.
Is there a reason he didn't play the Kira? Oh, he pitched the Kira.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
yeah.
yeah. So we'll trigger the Shredder off of the Blood Moon cast.
We would love to see this thing grow one here, because we want to be able to deal with this big defender. Cards of Dispute looks like it's pretty off right now. Did he?
Here's the Pasage, yeah.
Did he just pass his turn? Is that why he was taking there?
I think so.
Oh no, it looks like he floated the green spots. That's why I need to get him to you down into combat.
Oh, sure. Yeah, so Shredder at 2 now. Probably after Ren? No, actually gonna kill the Teferi hero.
clears the Teferi. Probably just commits his Darcy too, right?
Yeah.
You just have to hope he doesn't have verdict at this point.
Oh, it's gonna be a subtlety on the DRC.
That is not good for Ethan.
Yeah, you keep that on top.
The main problem I see here is that Ren and 6 is getting very dangerously close to Emblem.
I believe it is an Emblem.
So you're kind of just locked under counter spells pretty much the rest of the game.
As long as Ken has lands in hand, I think we saw one additional Pasage.
Do you think there's a consideration to overticking? So that
You just keep it around. He might have another one in hand. He has a ton of cards in hand right now, I believe. Never mind. I believe he just has 2 cards. So
yeah, I think he spent most of his resources with the pitch Kira, stuff like that.
that adds up. I believe he did just tick it up to 8. So I think we are just going to be keeping it around.
Yeah. He sees no sense in getting the emblem with no lands in hand anyway. Probably just wants to get it over so they can just use it to uptick every turn and hold counter spell for literally everything.
Yeah, so long as you can keep the Ren alive, you will be able to have a counterspell.
Surprising everyone's spinning first, see if he gets second, 9 and 6.
Oh, so there is more of the graveyard that's not on camera. So there are some lands that we can find off of Ren, it looks like. We have Braid on the Subtlety.
So I dealt with it last time.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Looks like it'll resolve too.
Okay.
I think Ken picked up his last Veil.
So we could use this opportunity to, if we grow the Shredder one. Yeah, it's pretty bad here with the bait, right? We can attack the Ren and turn off ultimate for a little bit. For 2 turns. I feel like you really just want to see an unholy heat here to just clear this like 6 of this loyalty.
Yeah,
And
and
start cracking.
as long as they don't have the Ren emblem, I think you still have a chance in this game. And Ken is still at 7, so and there's no Omnath in his deck.
So we discard the bobble, which does grow us.
And here's the Ren emblem.
Do we play the Shredder that turn?
No.
Oh yeah, he spun it last turn.
Yeah.
So we couldn't attack. Well,
Yeah, Ken also just gets access to a Veil of Summer every turn as well. Thanks to the Red Emblem. And here's Prismatic Ending, discarding a Windswept Teeth. And now Ken really just has to find a way to end the game.
yeah, it's pretty trivial from this point to end the game. When you're sitting on Ren but with Ren in play.
and Teferi's still out, and a graveyard intact.
If you're Ethan here, there's no time limit, so you're just kind of making
You
make them
play it out still, yeah. I mean, there's possible Ken might have trimmed on some of his haymakers, yeah, and he already used his K-Hero, so it's possible.
Ken only has 7 health, so one connect with a Darcy can make things like double bolt very real.
Yeah.
It's really hard to get it through the more lands can. But
Yeah, every turn it just gets harder and harder for Ethan here, but I respect him for playing it out. Murktide definitely a deck that can always turn the tide um, on your opponent and just come out of nowhere and win some games. I mean, and Blood Moon is a start here. It definitely takes him off a few spells, but I think he just picked up a counter spell.
also every land is counterspell, so it's really
Yeah. He's semi-light on lands in hand, I believe. I don't think he has
to do something big in response to this. Is he floating the mana to be able to march it?
Just floating the mana for the Besagian,
No.
letting it resolve and then casting it, or channeling it, rather.
I think he tapped 4 mana for that to save you.
I think he did. He might have just floated extra mana for
Counterspell.
a counterspell, yeah. Yep. Which doesn't make much sense because he did have a Teferi, but just being extra cautious, I suppose.
I feel like if you're in Ken, you can play against literally.
You might as
have the
well,
money.
yeah. You have everything. Yeah.
Just further like narrowing the beast around his neck here for this game. Yep, just gonna counterspell everything you play for probably the rest of the game.
Not much reason not to. I mean, Ethan will run out of cards eventually. He's been through
Through a large.
Yeah. maybe all 4 iterations at this point.
I believe he has. It's like you found a Murktide that's probably just gonna fall on a.
It was a pretty rocky start for Ken, missing a bunch of land drops, but I think the game 1 prediction I made is coming to fruition. Just
Looks like he had a season Pyromancer in his grave.
oh, so a couple 1/1s out here and a Ragavan. I mean, he's diversifying his threats a little bit. He's making it a little more difficult for Ken, but Ken having Solitude to take care of the Ragavan and then just block profitably, go up to 9. Yeah.
This is
Ethan,
where you
yeah.
pick up. So there's very little you can do from that point to come back.
Yep.
Now they've presented threat. I probably would have had the resolve to keep playing that game.
I mean, it's quarterfinals of a
Yeah.
pretty high stakes event, so I think anything can happen. And Ken did draw pretty poorly, so in the beginning, I respect him for playing it out. But they are going to game 3 now. Ethan gets to be on the play again, which we saw work out pretty well for him. But I think Ken's ability to have a bunch of sideboard cards that are very impactful in the matchup will probably prove to his avail in this match. But we will see how things shake up momentarily. All right, game 3 is underway. We have Ethan on the play. Was made a couple land drops in the form of Misty Rainforest. Looks like Ken is untapping for his turn number 2 here after fetching up a Spar's headquarters.
So we didn't see turn 1 threat or turn 1 play out of Ethan.
And we haven't seen anything at all from Ethan, actually. Both players just playing pretty passively, holding up counter spells.
Resolving his fetch. Looks like he's just gonna resolve them both right here.
Shadow of Doubt, Shadow of Doubt.
Card we don't really see much play anymore.
Oh, we see a blowout here, though. Game over.
I really would like to see like consider out of Ethan here, something to just get your deck churning.
Put some instants and sorceries in the graveyard, yeah. Something going on here, working towards Delirium. I know Ethan is only on 3 consider, so something to take into account. Consider, if you will.
Feels bad that he has the flusses from there for his
Turn,
Right.
yeah. At least he had a 3rd land, though.
I will say for Ethan though, you're probably pretty happy that the flusser's falling on that instead of like a counter war.
2nd iteration.
And it's got a spell pierce back this time.
He does, yeah. Does kind of another Flusterstorm. He's gonna let it resolve. I like fighting over iteration. I don't know. I feel like that's the really pivotal card in these types of matchups, and especially since Ken isn't even playing iteration.
It definitely feels like one of the cards that lets you like run away with the game if you can chain a bunch of them together early like this.
Yeah. Yeah,
Seeing,
Ethan's light on threats, but he's high on card advantage.
seeing the islands here is also very strong in the fact that like the Blood Moon is still very potent for it.
Oh yeah,
I really like the Pierce here if he's got it.
just on the Ren. Looks like it's gonna resolve though.
Looks like he didn't want to fight for it. I just shoot off consider.
Surprised no consider before the Ren resolution.
I'm just surprised we didn't fight with the Pierce. I don't know what he's afraid of, if he's afraid of another fluster.
Oh, did you see a Pierce or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ethan's flashed a Pierce a couple of times.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, the Secret Layer one.
There's a non-secret layer too. Looks like he wanted to keep it so they could interact with this like counterspell with this move, maybe. So it looks like he's gonna spell pierce here. So maybe he's just holding it so he can force through this moon and essentially mitigate a lot of the advantages Red gives because it's not gonna get the colors you want. He did get a second island here, but he's completely off of white. And he doesn't have access to green, so he's pretty hard pressed to remove this because he needs white or green to be able to remove it. With either Teferi or Boseiju. This is exactly the type of thing you want to see from Ethan's side to like make your opponent's greedy mana base stumble to try to win these matchups where they have all these very powerful cards that can outclass it the later the game goes.
It's basically it's the best thing you can do outside of just jamming a lot of threats early, and forcing him to expend his resources. But yeah, Resolve Blood Moon gonna be pretty powerful against Ken here.
But like with emphasis on that, especially with no white or green sources available.
He does have the 2 islands, so he can still cast his counterspell.
I do believe we did see Ethan with a counterspell.
Yeah, looks like he's got one in the back.
I'm in favor of snapping off here.
Yeah.
Just trigger the shredder.
Well,
He
Shredder,
can't fight.
Shredder hasn't resolved.
Oh, okay. But it also makes it so he can't fight back because he's got 3 mountains to use.
Yeah,
So like
there ain't much.
the best he can do now is pitch cast a subtlety to try to delay this.
That seems less than optimal, but
Yeah,
it looks like he has the Solitude, so
I think you're pretty happy with all these exchanges thus far. As Ethan. Limiting your opponent to even if they held all 5 of their mana, they can only ever counterspell once in a turn. Makes this like super big for Ethan to have these many players like that.
and he's just gonna pick up the Kahira so he can Solitude the Shredder if he needs to, but just a 1/3 Shredder I don't think warrants a Solitude. Especially when your Ren has enough loyalty to survive.
So he just ships it back. You have to like these positions, Ethan, where his opponent's not really deploying anything while sitting here in this stall, and you have like things churning away, like Shredder and play,
Yeah,
stuff like that.
Shredder's just gonna get more and more powerful as the game goes on. And it's allowed to stick in play. Discarding the hand size. Wow. I mean, this is a similar way the game played out last time, except Blood Moon didn't hit the board as early. And Blood Moon's been in play for a while now.
It's like he's gonna try to snap it off.
If Ethan has any interaction here, I think you just have to use it.
Yeah. Looks like he's got a subtlety. Spell Pierce not very strong here, but if he has a Flusterstorm for a counterspell, that might actually.
That just looks like an normal counterspell on the subtlety.
Ethan has a Fluster of his own then. That is the 5th spell played this turn.
That is something mountains do, right? Mountains do pay for Fluster Probe.
Well, because it was.
I mean, if Ken gets a Ren emblem, that's not nothing. I think he's 2 turns away. It's a
He can sit there and counterspell
6 now?
until the end of time.
That's not awful. As long as Ethan
Definitely
can't
been
find the
better.
threat.
I've definitely in worse positions as a pro player.
But it looks like just a land on top for Ken, so he has to have some kind of interaction here to answer this Murktide.
And he doesn't have. He's pitched his Kahira, correct? So, yeah.
He already has, yeah.
Another subtlety out of Ken. It looks like we have the Mystical Spew. He doesn't have the mana for it because. Oh, because he hardcasted it.
Right.
Exactly 6. He needed 7 to do that. Tapped him on his blue to play his counters. Okay, well, we've dealt with the Ren.
Ooh, that's big.
That is like a big step in the direction you want to be in to win this game.
And Season Pyromancer now.
Yeah, gets to trim some of the chaff out of his hand. Well, it looks like he discarded.
Couple spell pierces.
Yep, those are getting a lot worse now, turning them into 1
That's
0 mana 1
much better 1/1s, yeah.
Really just putting the screws to him. The verdict very far from being playable right now. So really just stick as many threats as possible.
There's a subtlety on the rag event. Just any sort of value you can get off the subtlety.
So he's got
Ken
no
will
holy
take.
heat. Oh, he's gonna
Just in a braid
first.
every time. Subtlety has done it. It's been 2 in a braid.
This is Ethan's really putting on a masterclass of how you can win this matchup. This game. He's like on every metric he's had like the right timing on his spells. Really
Yeah.
just holding his opponents.
That's just gonna do it. Ethan's gonna advance to the semifinal round with a pretty convincing 2-1 victory over Ken here. Certainly not a favorable matchup for Ethan. I think
Winning game 1 definitely helped him
yeah.
a lot there, being able to get the draw for one of the post-board games.
100%. That second game looked pretty hard to win, but the game 3 he made look very convincing. So we should be seeing more of him in the next 2 rounds. And we will start off our semifinal round momentarily here. So bear with us. Hello and welcome everyone to Chupacabra Games Modern RCQ, where we are at the semifinals now. We have Jesse on Jeskai Breach versus Eduardo on Amulet Titan. I
Okay,
believe Jesse is the higher seed, so she should be taking the play here.
that is correct. I believe she is fourth seed overall, and Eduardo was 7.
Okay, yeah, you would know you were part of this topic.
I was, and I got destroyed.
Yeah.
So we don't need to talk about that though.
Oh, okay. Will you tell Chad what deck you were playing today?
I was playing Indomitable Creativity, and I went 3-1-1. Had my one loss to Murktide.
Pretty favorable matchup, I'd say.
I'd say it's more of a 50-50 matchup, but we just had 3 non-games in a row where one of us did nothing each game. No, I had the
That's magic sometimes.
yeah, it's no fun, but you take your beats and you keep on going.
Yeah.
So
Well, it looks like Jesse's taking a multi 6 here. Eduardo's either keeping or thinking deeply on whether or not he's going to keep this one.
Amulet Titan is a deck that you really have to think about your mulligans.
I mean,
So-
yeah, the flow chart starts from the mulligan. And both of these decks are trying to basically perform some sort of combo, and you need to have some game plan
Yes,
right off the bat.
certainly going to be an interesting match, I believe. I've never been on either of these decks before, so
I've played a lot of Amulet over the years. Jessica Breach is fairly new to me still, but I know how the deck works. I know how to play around it at least.
yeah, that is double amulet in Eduardo's hand, so it's a good start.
It looks like one of the viewers has noticed that Titan players amulets in hand, but he is gonna go down to 6. So that
Interesting
that
choice.
statement is no longer true.
Maybe 2 amulets, but no bounce land.
Maybe so. Something unkeepable.
I couldn't really tell.
Looks like Jesse's keeping her 6. And Mardo will probably join her here, although both of these decks capable of mulliganing down to basically 5
Yeah,
and still having reasonably powerful hands.
Jessie just won her last game against Murktide on a Modal 4.
Yeah, I heard. We
So,
should
it's a-
put that match on.
It was a very impressive game.
It sounds like it. Yeah, that breach deck is very powerful. Expressive Iteration is just a nutty card.
Oh yeah. First Federation, Ledger Shredder, even just grinding. No, not. Sorry, Underworld breaching for lightning bolts just to kill your opponent.
We saw earlier in the tournament, she had just like a value Underworld breach for a couple baubles.
Yeah,
I think she killed Murktide and a Ledger Shredder, and that
it's a very
didn't
strong card.
technically win the game, but it more or less just won the game.
Yeah, it's a very
that
strong
one.
card.
It is, and Eduardo is looking at 6.
Can't really tell what he has.
Yeah,
Looks like lands and spells from my side.
definitely a Valakut, a Summoner's Pact.
Oh,
Cavern
Cavern.
of Souls,
It looks like an amulet too.
Expedition, Relic, actually.
Oh, is it? Yeah,
If he has a Relic and a reasonable amount of lands, I like this keep a lot. But if he has a land light, I could honestly see through.
I know he's not super experienced with the deck though. So
Yeah, this is honestly one of those first tournaments with the deck, but he's played a lot of
Yeah.
CDH in his life. He knows how combo decks work. I think his only real downside is just the lack of
lacks of breadth of the decks.
Just like niche format things,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I
that
think
makes sense.
that's just not his strong suit.
Oh, he's keeping.
But he can definitely pilot his deck.
Herman Ragavan's very good against amulet, unless you
Unless
guys
we play Boreal Grazer, that
Yeah.
is definitely something that can
good
happen.
blocker. Well, you just worry about like bolt, but okay.
It's like Summoner's Pact was the pickup. I think he might have one of each of his artifacts, one relic, one amulet, one expedition map.
Interesting.
There's a cavern. Might get a name on that momentarily. From our table spotter.
Pull up his stuff.
He's just gonna resolve an amulet.
Oh, it's right
So both players starting with their 1 mana plays. Pretty significant.
there. So what do you think Cavern is naming?
Looked like he didn't have a green source, I'll be honest. So
Oh, there's the green sword.
there's a green source that got exiled by the Ragavan.
Yeah. It's
Ragavan getting to connect against this deck is pretty powerful. It
It-
doesn't happen too often, but it helps
although
immensely.
it probably doesn't feel too great for the Ragavan player considering how many lands are in the deck also.
This is also true. I mean, just being able to generate a treasure makes Jesse able to cast an Emery
That's true.
so early.
That extra artifact really
It
pulls in
really
there.
does matter, yeah. You know, Jesse does have an Oracle in graveyard. If Eduardo plays Relic and cracks it immediately, Jesse has to win the game normally.
Yeah, but I mean, she does have an Urza Saga out right now, and that's a very easy way to start winning the game with just through constructs.
This is also true, yeah. Looks like the Juka Bug's actually just going to take care of the graveyard. Doesn't even need to crack the Relic.
Does need to have it intertapped though.
But Amulet untaps it.
Oh, that is true. It does. You know, I remember how the cards work.
It might not matter too much. I think he could just play a map here. And might as well play a Relic if he does have that one. Looks like he has a bounce land in hand too, so yeah, he does have the Relic. Okay.
Yep.
I like just playing that. He might as well. There's no reason not to. Yeah, it looks like he agrees.
Well,
Maybe.
maybe
There's no reason not to. I don't believe
you
it.
you can do it. I believe in you, Eduardo.
He's really thinking.
There
There
it
it is. He did it. All right. Well, he has assembled Tron in Amulet. He has one of each of the two durable artifacts out. A very uncommon sight, honestly, but it's all the tech lands, all the tech pieces are coming together here right now.
It's working. Although
Yeah.
he still has to worry about that Ragavan and Emery.
I mean, just the fact that Jesse can't win through Thoracle is really big here.
That is true. You can't just combo out and win.
It's forcing her to play pretty differently, honestly. Like you said, the construct plane is probably going to be the first thing she's going to go for. Looks like one Underworld Breach, two Unholy Heats, and a Ragavan in hand for her.
Activate in response.
That'll get rid of the
Can't
ball.
cast with Emery. Hit
Get a
dry.
Dryad. Wow. Okay.
That would be a
He
powerful
might
drum.
just start using his spells against him at this point.
That would be a very
Eduardo
powerful,
does not have a lot going on.
that'd be a powerful spell to start casting.
Yeah. Well, I think Eduardo has two Summoner's Pacts.
Oh.
And Selesnya Sanctuary. I believe those are the last cards in hand for him. So if he finds a way to get more lands in play, that Dryad would have been perfect, honestly.
Yeah.
He can also just crack his Expedition map too. That's always an option. Looks like he found Sakura Tribe Elder. He could make a green off of Selesnya Sanctuary, use the white as well to play the Steve, and then still have enough mana to be able to crack his map for whatever land he so chooses. So if he doesn't have a pact, he could find Talaria West.
Yeah. Even just gives him a blocker of a Ragavan too.
This is also true, actually. He might even end up using that instead of sacrificing it.
Because you can block and sacrifice and then not take damage from Ragavan and still get the land from.
Or you could just block. Because Eduardo
Well-
doesn't know about the second Ragavan in Jesse's hand.
That is true.
I think at this point he might not need the land.
There it is.
He's picking up Selesnya Sanctuary itself. I honestly might have picked up Bog.
I think
but-
Bog might have been better, yeah.
But you have the Relic in hand already. I think just leaving. I guess this way it allows you to find. It allows you to find a non-bounce land off of the map.
Yeah.
So maybe it could even just be a forest or
Yeah.
some green source that's a little more permanent.
Here comes a construct token. Got a
It's pretty big too.
got a 2B.
Yeah.
Here comes another one.
Using the treasure. Okay.
Gonna be 3/3s, I believe.
Jesse is a little light on Landzic.
They'll be oh yep, 3/3.
Because she,
That was the last
I
time.
get a Springleaf Drum here or a Mox Amber, I would imagine. Yeah, it's gonna be
Yeah,
Mox.
because it's not Hammer.
The only reason to get the Springleaf Drum is to be able to cast the one main deck Teferi, but I don't believe that matters too much in this matchup.
Oh, do they not play a Hall of Fame?
Well, currently,
Well, oh yes, well, if
I-
they have it in hand. I-
yeah, if she drew a land for a turn, then maybe, but Teferi is not super relevant at this stage of the game or in this matchup, so I think
No.
Mox Amber is probably just better here.
It basically just turns off didn't have turn summoners back. But
Yeah.
I mean, no reason to do that.
Oh, did she draw another Unholy?
Oh, there it is.
Gonna try to take out the Steve, so making sure Ragavan is gonna continue to keep the pressure on. Will second response, hopefully? Yes.
Yep.
Looks like he is doing so, okay. It's like there were 4 Civic Growth Chambers in a row. for Eduardo there in his deck I saw. So he will get a forest tapped and it will untap thanks to Amulet. Then he is still a mana short from Tightening. Which is why I like keeping the bounce line to play, I think, and then you just tutor for another one.
Yeah.
That does like actually count as your land for a turn, because then this turn, this following turn, he would be able to cast a Summoner's Pact.
Yes. Getting really close to Titan Man. Oh, there's the Simic Growth Chamber. A card that he would not have minded drawing.
Yeah, I mean, the Ragavan hits have been pretty powerful so far.
We've had a Dryad Forest and a Growth Chamber hit, right?
Yep.
All very good cards. Well, I don't think you care too much about the forest, but
Not as much, but
the other two were good.
we'll see what he finds off of this expedition.
Let's see.
I believe he has at least one pact in hand, so I don't think it's going to be
Tolarian
the list. Yeah.
Maybe a Saga of the Dome? Or
Saga actually, yeah, would be pretty powerful to get a second amulet in hand. I like that actually. He really just needs like a 3-mana accelerant. He needs either a Azusa or
he needs another
Dryad.
dry.
Like
Zeus,
desperately. Like
Yeah. He's not doing anything right now.
he needs to do something, and playing bounce lines over and over again is not going to do anything. That's why I like the Saga, because that sets up, at least for the next turn, that you're going to be
That's
able to
if
have an amulet.
he's also going to need to play a blocker because he is dead on board. So
He is a 10. So
that
if he,
is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, wait, no, it's 8 damage on board right now.
So if he didn't, yeah, he had the opportunity to set up a Titan this turn, but decided to
Getting
pick up
a
the fetch.
Seiju.
The Passager just so he can deal with one of the constructs. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
That is gonna give Jesse a land though, which she
Which I'm sure
desperately
she'd
needs.
I very much appreciate.
Yes.
Looks like a Simic Growth Chamber off the top.
If Eduardo does have more than one Summoner's Pact, I would like to see him find an Azusa here and then just find a Cultivator. Or I guess just a Titan because he wouldn't have enough mana, but
Okay.
so he's gonna float a black.
What's the plan here, do you think?
Well, I think it depends on the contents of his hand, how many resources he has. I think it's just the one Summoner's Pact though.
So some respect for
Looks like he's
nothing.
passive
Just
set up for
passing
Titan
the
next
turn.
turn, then having to Sage.
See if he can win next turn.
I don't think he can deal enough damage next turn, but he might be able to.
He's gonna need a
stabilize.
really good draw. If he draws a Dryad, I think he might be able to win.
3, 4. The construct would be 3, so he goes to 4 here. Yeah, if he could make Dryad plus Titan, he does have a way to win here. But he would need to find.
Oh, there's Titan.
That's fine. He has the Summoner's
Yeah.
Pacts. And Jesse's nowhere near casting that. If Eduardo can clean up this board a little bit, and if he tightened on time, I think he's winning this game. But because he stumbled for that one extra turn, I think that might be enough time for Jesse to sneak in the win.
Certainly going to be close, I believe.
Well, she did find a land for turn as well. So 2 lands coming down.
Another Urza would be a very good play from Jesse.
Where's the Saga iteration would be really
Generation,
strong.
Ledger Treader, maybe an answer for Titan, like a Unholy Heat isn't even live right now.
Tom, yeah, I think you're right. She should have one more treasure from the Ragavan after the connects, and then she could just cast the Primeval Titan.
That'd be a very interesting play.
I mean, adding anything to her board, I think, is something she wants to do.
Yeah. And the extra ramp after being low on mana for most of the game.
That's what's going to happen. Yeah, she's going to find 2 Sagas off this, too.
Yeah.
More than likely, this is just going to find 2 Sagas. And now I think this is the point where Eduardo just cannot win this game.
Can't attack Titan through Titan and win.
No, it's a pretty good blocker against itself. I gotta
Yeah.
say. So
I think we could still go back to if he can get a Dryad, he might be able to get a Valakut Link.
I mean, there's a world where if there's a second amulet and a cultivator colossus, that Eduardo could just put like half his deck into play.
That is true too.
That's like always a possibility. And I think he did actually draw a Dryad.
And
Jesse's
he
at
does have a
14,
he does have
which
a
is
Celestial Sanctuary in hand.
right. I think he's facing the problem of not having enough lands at the moment, though.
Although one benefit here is that Jesse is tapped out. No worries about
Anything.
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She doesn't have a graveyard either, though, so Unholy Heat is not doing a whole lot.
Although it looks like the only thing that Eduardo would have to look at worry about is Unholy Heats that do not kill anything. Looking at the deck list.
So this is 6 mana. Which could get him as much as 4.
Playing the Titan.
Titan should just get some mana here to cast Dryad, but there's still not going to be enough lands in hand, lands in play to be able to trigger the Valakut because Eduardo,
he just
literally because Eduardo one turn played a bounce and picked itself up.
Yeah.
If he picked up any other land, I think he wins this game. Other than that, he has played pretty well. But that one blunder might just be enough,
Yeah, that's tough. So he's going for the haste play.
which is going to get more lands into play.
Yeah, more mana. More mana is always good.
I think you want to pick up the cavern. And
Or picking up. Okay. Interesting choice.
it's going to get the Titan haste at least. This will put
Picking up the stronghold wouldn't have been an awful choice either.
I think you want to leave it in play just in case you untap it. Then you still have a way to win.
Yeah, I don't think he's I don't think trying to untap is the what you want to do right now.
He's at 4. He can besage you.
Yeah,
No,
there
he
he goes.
lost
He just
that.
concedes.
Yeah. He did
An unfortunate turn of events.
Yeah. A little rough there. I mean, Amulet Titan is definitely a deck where if you make one mistake like that, it can definitely change the course of a whole game.
Yeah.
Because he basically just time walked himself is what happened.
And that really just kind of kills you.
Turns out.
What are we looking at for sideboarding here?
Sideboard for Eduardo, we were looking at 2 Force of Vigor, 2 Engineered Explosives, 3 Dismember, an additional Besage, Cavern, 1 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Relic, 1 Radiant Fountain, 1 Tracker, and 2 Endurance.
Interesting. So some cards I'm definitely interested in are the Force of Vigors, Engineered Explosives, the Besaju, and the Endurances, I believe.
I'd probably bring an Unlicensed Hearse as well.
Oh, there's yeah, that's another good one.
Yeah, he's got a decent amount of tools in this matchup. I think he also has the possibility of just having a very quick Titan.
Yeah, could always just turn 2 kill, not have to worry about anything.
That's a possibility. He's playing the correct lands for that. And on Jesse's side of things, we're looking at 3 Spell Pierce, 2 Wear Tear, 2 Engineered Explosives, 2 Teferi, 1 Pithing Needle, 1 Mystical Dispute, 1 Draneth Magistrate, 1 Tormund's Crypt, 1 Prismatic Ending, and 1 Fury.
Well, there's a little bit less things I'm interested in here, but I think it's really just the wear tears and the prismatic ending.
Wear Tear, I don't even think you want the ending as much. It's really just gonna hit
Amulet. But Amulet's a good thing to hit though.
yeah, but
You can also hit Dryads if it sticks around for a turn, but you can also wear tear that. But
just as a 1 copy, I feel like you
Yeah.
don't want that. We'll see what Jesse thinks on this. It's entirely possible you're correct.
no, I don't know. We'll have to find out.
It does have a fair amount of targets, but I think as a 1 of you just that's not something you want to top deck.
Wear tears are definitely coming in now. Interesting. Looks like sideboarding was done very quickly.
Yeah, both of our players getting right to it.
We'll have to see what happens. Interested to see how the rest of this match goes.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting one. I think Eduardo did have a line to victory at some point in that game, or at least a closer attempt than what was displayed. And Jesse found some bad luck in the beginning, milling over Berthas's Oracle. But Eduardo having the Bajuka Bug to take care of that. This is a 1-slot RCQ event, so the invite is just going to go to the winner of the finals, which will be after this round.
One of these 2 players will be in the finals. It'll be Exciting to see Eduardo up there. First tournament, first top 8.
First time really
First-
playing this deck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for,
he's come a long way.
yeah, fun. But also be good to see Jesse too. So
Yeah, no, she's been doing a lot of work with the breach deck, basically pioneering it from the bottom up. And been taking down events all across the Midwest.
yeah, doing a good job. See, we got first hands.
I think Jesse likes this hand. Oh,
Nope. That's what I do. I look at it and set it down and immediately mulligan.
Yeah, both of these players taking their mulligans to full extent. Going down to 6 here. Like I was saying earlier, I think both of these decks are very capable of playing with a not as optimal amount of cards in hand.
Yeah.
5 is definitely enough for either of these decks to be able to pull off a win.
Yeah, 5 is about the minimum Titan can go to, right? Or can you go to 4 in Titan?
I mean, you don't want to, but with some right top decks, you can definitely get there.
Yeah. I feel like I should know more about Titan. It's played so much around here.
It really is. It's not super popular in like a generalized meta, but I feel like there's pockets of it.
Yeah. I feel like we're definitely sitting in one of those pockets around here.
Yeah, there's quite a few people that enjoy the stylings of Primeval Titan.
I definitely don't appreciate those players. I wish I could just avoid it.
Yeah. I mean, you beat one today, right?
I did. I got lucky. Great. Elemental Creativity versus Titan isn't exactly a great matchup.
Yeah, I feel like it's
So-
pretty favorable for Titan. They just get to
Yeah.
do their thing, and you can't say much about it.
I was lucky enough that my opponent happened to stumble for a turn or two, which let me win.
Yeah, that is kind of all it takes, unfortunately. Primeval Titan decks are pretty prone to working like on a strict schedule. Like if one thing goes wrong, a lot of things tend to go wrong.
Yeah. Well, I will say blowing up Urza Sagas is always a good feeling.
Yep.
So
Yeah, you got to Nature's Claim Urza Saga to get a nice wasteland in Modern.
yeah, although you did gain 4 life, but that's not really a whole lot. So
Yeah. Well, Eduardo's taking a nice look at this one. It looks like he's got multiple amulets in hand. Grazer. He might not have a green source. I see a bounce line, but it's Boros Garrison.
Oh, I thought I saw a Celestial Sanctuary, but probably not, because he
he's
might
going-
have kept that.
He's going to 5. Jesse's gonna keep her 6.
Waddle's got a really good hand here.
Yeah, it's certainly possible he's on the play. He gets the benefit of that. He really just needs untapped land, amulets, bounce land, dryad, summoner's pact. I mean, that's
Yeah.
pretty good string of cards. You just need to cobble together on some lands off the top, but that's what the deck does.
Yep.
It's,
Well, I certainly don't want to see anyone on camera go to 4. So
yeah, I mean it happens.
very
It's-
unfortunate, but
you were allowed to mulligan in this card game.
that's true. And mulligans are a lot better than they used to be.
Yeah,
So-
they've gotten way better over time.
Yeah, it went from I never want a mulligan in my life to mulliganing isn't that bad.
Yeah. It makes the ley lines better. People don't even abuse them that much.
Yeah,
I mean, I feel like
exactly.
it definitely made Tron a lot better. But
Oh yeah, I appreciate
I
that.
think that's fine. Yeah, it's Tron. There's enough things going on in the format where Tron is like not at the top of the hit list right
I
now.
was very surprised that there wasn't a single person playing Tron here tonight. So,
Oh, I don't think so. Yeah, at least I
well, there
didn't,
may
I
have
didn't
been
see
one
it.
E-Tron, but I think they went
Oh,
to drop.
I think yeah, you're right. You're right. There was one Eldrazi Tron list. Okay, so here's untapped land amulet. That is the recipe for starting this game.
Oh, there's a prismatic
Well,
ending.
all right.
I
you're right,
told
you're
you.
right. Ending comes up. The one of ending.
Very good.
It's really good when your opponent rolls the flush. Like
Especially right now. It's even better than I thought it was when we were talking about it during sideboarding.
Yeah. I mean, this is the scenario though. Like
Yeah.
your opponent keeps
This is where you
a
wanna
hand
see it.
reliant on amulet, and you just have the perfect answer for it. So
It's too powerful.
yeah, I mean, it's gonna do a lot of work. I think.
Oh, are we gonna see the second one though? The
One
DF
of
two
those 2 Simic Growth Chambers in hand.
not really what you want to see. I mean, but it
He's
is.
just gonna pick up a forest.
Yeah, it's better than what he did last game, basically, of just playing and then picking
Yeah,
up again.
yeah, that's at least there was an amulet in play. He got to play Sakura Tribe Elder. So
Oh, here we go. We got Dax Ragavan.
Dash Ragavan off of a saga. Gonna hit a Relic of Progenitus.
Maybe gas it just for the extra
I'll
card draw.
probably keep it in exile.
Yeah.
Or we'll untap.
Another Simic Roach
No, I think he drew forest this time.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, there's
Oh no, you're right. He did.
He
Because he
drew-
picked up the forest.
yeah.
Yeah. So his
He's drawn
control
it.
steps have been
Simic
Growth
Root Chambers.
Chambers. Yeah.
I mean, it's a good card. You don't want that many of them this early in the game.
Not when you're mulling to 5 and don't have
have
a
an
Zeus or anything here.
Yeah. You really want that amulet with that many Simic Growth Chambers.
Yeah, I mean at that point, it doesn't even do a whole lot if you don't have anything to cast. I think Eduardo kept a pretty land heavy hand, but on 5,
There's not
Not
really
a-
other
yeah.
options. So
forward is probably doesn't look better than this.
well, Jessie looks like she's off to a very good start.
I mean, yeah, just making sagas, letting it fully resolve. That's gonna be good enough to win this game.
And Emery.
Yeah,
Emery's a very good card.
it certainly is. You're go for iteration, 2 lands, and
Well, it's not what you want to see off of an Emery, though.
you still get the creature in play, and I think that's what matters.
Yeah. Well, once she gets like a Mox Amber or a Bobble or something, it
Yeah.
really starts to take off.
This saga could just find a bobble too.
That is true. That'd be an interesting. I've never seen a Bobble gotten off of a Saga before.
You usually see it in like the Jund Sagavon decks. They're playing like 1 or 2 bobbles.
Maybe I have seen it in Legacy, but that's not really relevant to this. So
Yeah. That is fair. I don't think I've done that in a cast. There might have been one time where
Right.
there was,
last time you even played Legacy here.
dude. The deck is just not as playable, man. Like Meltdown exists. The Delver's very popular here, so
It's proxy Legacy. You can play whatever you want.
I could play whatever I want. But
You can just be like me. I play artifacts
play
too.
artifacts, man.
I
You play red artifacts.
red
It's significantly stronger in this field, in our field, in our localized meta.
Painter's my baby.
Yep.
Don't even own it. Still my baby.
Yeah, I mean you're close-ish, right?
No. I'm not spending $80 on Painters.
It looks like we reached our follow goal. I appreciate you all for that. I will
Oh, that's really cool.
get some people sticking around. We stream Modern every Monday. We do it live, usually 4 rounds. Similar broadcasting style to this. I also stream personally at home. I'll just play some Magic the Gathering online, maybe some Arena in there too. But right now, it looks like Jesse's just really taken over this game. There's
It looks
not
like there's
a lot Eduardo can do about this outside of like a Force of Vigor.
oh,
but
and
there's
endurance.
endurance to
That's a.
help a little.
Oh, are we gonna see counterspell though?
No, it's just
Nope,
gonna be
and,
while
he-
Jesse still has delirium. And her graveyard will still go to the bottom of the library, but Eduardo's without a very good blocker, so this Ragavan's going to continue to deal pressure.
Yeah.
Um,
Continue to hit cards.
the Emery's hasn't been doing too much this game, I gotta say, but being able to
If you had
still
the ch-
apply just 1 damage every turn is pretty nice.
if you had a chance to end up blocking with endurance, what would you have blocked?
I definitely would have blocked the Ragavan first.
Think so?
Having Jesse make treasures every turn is just like actually crazy. Just the fact that this deck can take advantage of having just artifacts in general in play,
Yeah.
whereas most decks just like stack up the treasures and don't do a whole lot with them. But
Oh, there's a Dryad.
here's
That's a
some
good
stuff, yeah.
start.
No, being able to pick up the forest and replay it.
Play
Yeah.
it, and then Grazer.
Razor to play
Oh.
another bounce land. Okay,
And pick up the forest.
the 3 Simic Growth Chambers.
Yeah. And we got blockers on board now, which is good.
That's something. Something.
I mean, Eduardo, he's at
could-
15,
He
so-
could untap and
And
have
Right.
Evil Titan.
Yeah.
It's-
A block with Grazer. No, wait, what's going on?
Jesse's
Here?
just-
Is it attacking?
I
Is it
think-
attacking with a 4/4? 5/5.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's going to be trumped by the Grazer.
Yep.
All right, Eduardo gets to untap.
Grazer
He
did his
had
job.
heavy threats and he drew Simic Growth Chamber.
It's the 4th copy.
Yeah.
Oh, Summoner's Pact.
Okay.
And he still has 2 land drops.
Does still have 2 land drop. This is going to find.
Could they just get
Wow. Is
the
this...
Valakut
No way.
after such a scuffed beginning?
Really? No, he's really pulling.
If he can
something else.
find the line, then
I mean, getting 2 Valakuts here, then playing 2 lands.
yeah.
I
That's
think that's the play.
yeah.
He's pulling
How
out.
much
Yeah, he's
damage?
pulling out 1
That would be
Valakut.
12 damage.
Yeah, 2 Valakuts seeing 2 lands. Yep.
Yeah.
Which isn't lethal.
Clear the
but
board
it clicks
and-
the board and
and hits
deals a
fa-
lot of
yeah.
damage. Yeah.
So you're gonna have to put 2 into the saga token.
And definitely kill the
And then
creatures first.
kill
And
the-
then that's
yeah.
it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.
So you're gonna have to put
that's all four.
6. Yeah.
All four
That's
will
all
kill
4 in the
that
creatures.
for our entire board.
And then you'll just have 2 Valakuts on the board for any future lands and just
Right.
have it just go face. And I don't think the deck can interact with that.
I
so.
Eduardo just needs one turn.
Yep.
Eduardo needs to be able to.
He just
attack
needs to
Primeval Titan.
Fade, Lightning Bolt, and Holy Heat, really.
She is going to have more card types. It's just going to be a creature though.
Yeah.
So
So it's basically 2 Unholy Heats.
Eduardo's not
Lightning
getting
Bolt
the second
Holy-
Valakut. Is that pretty?
Oh,
He's getting a Radiant Fountain. Okay.
gain 2 life.
He might
Okay.
already have. I think he does already have the Valakut.
He may.
I-
I haven't
he has
really
to.
paid
There's-
attention.
If,
There's no way
if he
could-
gets one Valakut, he gets more.
Yeah. Oh, just passes.
Just passes and doesn't have lands in hand.
Maybe he's just going for the win next turn.
I mean, that's gonna work if Jesse can't answer this Primeval Titan. Because then it's just Valakut Vasuva.
Yeah. Recast a Bobble with Emery.
Okay.
Does it recast or does it just put into play?
You target it and then you can't cast it.
You can cast it. Okay. It's not like a welder ring.
No, so you can cast it at any point in the turn.
Okay. You just need to target it.
You just need to target.
Okay, interesting. I've never actually played with the card before.
Oh, it's
so-
very fun.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I've seen it played a lot. I've
It's
just never had
very
the
fun.
opportunity to play with the card.
Let's see if Eduardo will pay 4. And now
Will he remember?
looks
Oh.
like his opponent is remembering him, reminding him. So
It's very kind of them. Although with the new rules,
it might.
it doesn't really
matter a
matter.
whole lot.
As long as you don't completely tap
Well, he's
out.
still okay. No, Dryad is in play, so yeah,
Yeah.
that is an adequate amount of mana.
Yeah.
And all he has to do is get Vasuva Valakut here, and that should be enough bolts.
To just go 15, that would be 3, that would be 9, that would be 27 damage, I believe.
More than 15.
Yes.
Right. So
It would be 3 Valakuts
okay,
in
so
creatures.
Jesse could have double heat here, or
Heat.
2 1-mana removal spells. Right?
Spells.
That's
So it-
that's definitely something she could have.
Oh, she could have Wear Tear. That does
She-
kill Dryad.
Wear Tears also. Well, she needs white mana for that. Oh, she has Sacred Foundry. Okay.
Yeah.
So
She has Treasure.
yeah. Okay. So
And she has Springleaf Drum.
she's definitely has answers to this.
Yes. It looks like Teferi in hand.
I think Eduardo should probably go for it though. He has a Talari West in hand.
There's the Valakut.
Valakut,
Valakut
Bug.
is Jukabog.
Okay.
Just trying to take off
That's not gonna be lethal,
no, but it will clear the board, I believe.
which is a little more conservative, right? Because then the Bajuka Bug does at least something is in play.
Yeah.
He could find a bounce land to pick it up later.
And if something does happen to the Dryad and he won't get the triggers, the Mishra's Bobble will be gone and will not be continually recast for card advantage.
Right.
Which is forward thinking.
That matters a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know how many more turns of the game we will actually see be played out, but for now, it's any advantage you can take here.
Oh, it looks like it's just going to resolve.
Wow. Okay, so he could have gone for lethal.
Oh, and here's a land. Oh, yep,
and
that's it.
Jesse's just gonna pick it up. All right, we're going to game 3 here. Jesse's gonna be on the play.
After a very interesting mulligan at 5,
yeah,
he
Eduardo-
ended up getting
Yeah,
there.
he stumbled for quite a few turns, but definitely just showing the power of Primeval Titan plus Dryad of Elysian
Yeah,
Grove.
Very,
Very powerful stuff.
it's certainly something.
All right, well, we will see you for game number 3 in just a few moments here.
Oh, hello everyone. We are back and just in time for the very beginning of the game. Self Mr. Bobble, like the top card.
Get that 0 mana opt.
Yeah. Passing the turn. A very powerful play with Mr. Bobble.
Yeah, probably the most powerful thing. And like other decks, unlike other decks, the breach deck, getting to use the bubble just as an artifact, um, to be able to ramp out an Emery and make constructs bigger.
Yeah.
Trigger Shredder. There's so many reasons to play bubble in this deck.
Certainly abuses it more than Murktide does.
Oh yeah, that Murktide is basically just an inferior version of breach at this point. I
Oh,
feel like.
you believe so?
I mean, it's a very strong deck. Murktide's like doesn't have as many weaknesses. I feel like, and the weaknesses that Breach has are pretty niche,
Graveyard.
and specific, and like they're not as good as like broader.
Yeah,
source of
and there's
use. So it's like-
certainly many ways to play around it in the deck too.
Right.
So
yeah, especially by playing white too, that gives you access to where
the fairy's a very good card.
Yeah.
I am very interested in the reasoning behind one prismatic ending.
Well, we saw earlier in the Swiss that Jesse milled over a prismatic ending and got to use Underworld Breach to just use it there. So just multiple
That makes a lot of
small
sense.
prismatic endings, making it
Yeah.
pretty powerful there. But
No, there goes the amulet.
it's just going after
That
the
amulet just
so
can't
yeah,
stick around.
It is not destined for this world.
Well, he doesn't really need it from what we've
The
seen.
last game.
So.
So he's got a bunch of lands in hand again. One Primeval Titan. I believe a Relic of Progenitus. So yeah, Sunhome also in hand. Thinking about
Let's
the
see.
Growth Chamber here.
At least there's no, turn one Ragavan, turn one,
There isn't, yeah, this
yeah.
time. Eduardo is allowed to play at his own pace.
He can
basically.
draw his top card of his deck every turn.
This is true. He didn't need it last time.
Oh no, apparently not. Apparently I think it helped him out. So,
Some may say.
oh, there, okay. It's a good card.
Relic, yeah. Just gonna pick
Civic,
up
yeah.
Cavern, yeah.
Yep.
Another slow start from him. Losing the amulet definitely affects this hand more than it did the last one, I believe. I
Oh, yeah.
don't think he had much to cast.
Oh, there's the
Either.
fairy.
This
Maybe-
is gonna pick up the relic.
Yeah. Oh, no,
Just target
just,
nothing.
yeah, it's another,
I
oh,
guess.
there. Activate,
Okay, yeah.
and then, yep, there it is. Picked it up.
So another bubble.
Oh, was a good card.
Choosing to keep the bubble in play too. Might be
Brain
trying to keep
next
these
turn?
constructs large.
Yeah. Raiden Fountain. Very slow start from Eduardo here.
Yeah, this might be the time where he has a 3-mana ramp spell. We'll see. This
Oh,
is
it's
the
the first time
opportunity
to
to
ever
play,
cast
yeah.
one on turn 3. Oh, there it is, Dryad.
All right, something.
Oh, it's slow start. Didn't turn as bad as I thought it was
It's
going
getting a
to.
little bit better. Here's his Sun Home, and he gets to replay Relic of Progenitus.
Yeah. Or maybe he could go Boreal Grazer, but he doesn't have one.
I think he does actually. I think I saw one in his hand.
Oh, if he did, that would have been. Oh, he might not have had another land though.
That and getting the Relic in play is honestly pretty important.
Although he did bounce, he does have a cavern in hand. He did bounce it from.
Okay, yeah. Well, if he had the amulet in play, this would have been a much
Oh,
better
yes.
turn. Yeah. So it looks like Summoner's Pack Cavern. And
Oh, wear tear
another
there.
wear tear that's gonna
very
diffuse,
powerful
that's
wear
that's
tear.
gonna blow up both of these. That is actually a reason to keep the relic. Just so you can fully crack it.
Yeah.
But this is both of the wear tears out of the way now for Eduardo.
Question is. Yes, drawing sideboard cards is a very good feeling. It's one
Yes.
of the reasons I did not like playing the 80 card Yorion pile.
It
I could
yeah,
not draw my sideboard.
it like forced you to play too many copies of a card.
Yeah.
Just so you would actually see them, but
Oh, luckily he's banned now. So
he's been, yeah. Makes deck building a little bit easier.
I do think the 60 card 4-color piles are better than the 80 card version.
You think so?
I think so. I think they're better in the general field. I think I think the 80 card pile was only better in the mirror match.
Yeah, I mean the
'Cause
80 card pile was just incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
It could just do. There was just so much room for everything, like being able to ephemerate against something like Amulet Titan.
Yeah.
Also be able to play endurance. Like
Just so many options.
all right, we'll keep the talk to
I'll talk to
just the
him
legal companions.
How about that Karuga, huh?
Kruga is a hippopotamus. All right, Jesse's like actually making some pretty important plays here.
Yeah, there's grinding station and an underworld breach, the namesake of the deck. Just needs a way to make mana from Mox Amber now. Oh, there's the Amory.
Yep.
That's a guaranteed win next turn, I believe. Oh no, yeah, she doesn't
That's-
have mana right now for it.
No, that is good enough.
Oh,
There's the
that's
fastest
good.
goal.
Yeah.
Jesse will move on to the finals.
That-
Pretty close match up until the third game. I gotta say,
Yeah.
The Able Titan player did play things a little suboptimally the first game, but
I can't blame him too much. Doesn't know
No,
the deck
yeah.
too well.
all right, congrats to Jessie. She's moving on to the finals, and I believe that was our last semifinal matchup. So we should have our finals going up just in a few minutes.
Oh yes, I forgot it does hit any legendary permanent that Mox Amber, not
Yep.
just legendary creature. That is my mistake.
All right, so we're just going to take a brief break here before finals, and we'll be back with y'all in a few moments here. All right, hello everyone. We are back for our grand finals here at Chupacabra Games. We're featuring Jesse Robkin and Ethan Cummins here. It'll be Just Sky Breach versus Blue Red Murktide, respectively. It looks like Ethan is the higher seed for this match, so lead on a DRC.
Strong start from both players, DRC and Ragavan.
Those are the red one drops from MH2.
Yeah, MH2 Tribal, right?
Yep.
Well,
It's like Ethan's just gonna
Oh,
play a Shredder, which
yeah.
blocks Ragavan pretty well.
just a very average start for the Murktide player. So
Now, is Ethan attacking before or after the Letter Shredder cast? It looks like before because Jesse did not block, down to 16. There's an island and
Oh,
a
there's
Shredder over
our own
all.
Shredder.
So, I mean, these decks are practically the same thing.
oh, there's
Ethan has a bolt and a DRC trigger here. And second DRC,
Trigger, Lighter Shredder. Oh wait, no. Yes,
that'll trigger. Yeah.
Yeah. forgot what turn it was.
Yeah, these players are playing pretty fast. It's been a long day here. Just one more match. We'll crown an RCQ winner.
Been playing Magic for almost 7 hours now. Magic.
These two have, yeah. Ethan's gonna come across for 3 here. No delirium just yet.
Shocking in Steam Vents.
Get to hold up a spell pierce, bolts, multitude of spells here.
Even just a simple consider.
That would probably
Looks at
that would be good to get the DRC's deliriums.
3 cards.
Start this clock.
Faster you can get the game over, the faster you win.
I mean, yeah. Ethan did start on the play, so but he's gonna trade off the DRC here, which
Interesting choice.
yeah, I think just not letting Jesse get advantage here is where you want to be.
Nice. Maybe a Teferi?
Another Shredder,
No. Shredder?
maybe.
No. Just pass? Yep.
Looks like it, yeah.
Oh, maybe not.
And this match is on time, so these players can take as long as they'd like.
Oh, sure.
That is the Shredder, though. Okay.
Do we have maybe a bobble of some sort? No.
No, nothing.
No,
to
there
trade.
is to consider.
Okay. See if we can get another type in the graveyard before the Letter Shredder is too big.
I believe we have instant creature land right now.
Instant creature land just need one more, yeah. And this is just the surveil trigger off of the DRC, so
Yeah.
that's
Gonna
gonna
look
put
at a lot of cards with consider and DRC.
It's still in delirium, yeah. Need to find expressive iteration.
Mishra's Bobble. Lots of hits.
There's Dress Down and Blood Moon as well. Blood Moon,
Yeah. Blood Moon.
not the best card to
No,
play right
you'd
now.
be
It's,
shutting yourself off. Blue mana. Not really what you
and
want to
Jesse
do.
actually does have an island.
Yeah, but she does have an Earth Saga. Does kill Earth
It
Saga.
does kill
It
Earth
depends
Saga.
on how bad you want to sabotage
Oh,
yourself.
okay. There is the sorcery and artifact in the
Okay.
graveyard that is going to effectively grow the DRC.
I feel like maybe it would have wanted to keep the Express Federation and cast it so it could.
I
have
mean,
its effect.
getting the damage in before Jesse has time to set up her board, I feel like is pretty important in the matchup.
Yeah. Although
So I
Express-
can see why he's putting it in the graveyard, but it is a little unorthodox.
yeah,
To say
Express
that.
Federation would have hit Mishra's Bobble.
Right.
It's just
But then you have to tap out,
yeah.
basically.
You'd have 1 mana up. But it depends on what you have in the rest of your hand.
It's like he's going to deploy a Murktide region.
Well, that's a good reason to
Yeah, to not
Yeah,
cast the
yeah,
iteration,
sure.
yeah.
you can 8/8.
I believe that's a full power one, yeah.
Got countered. Or
No,
no,
it
it ended up in the graveyard for some reason. But
Jesse's at 10 now, facing down a lot of power from Ethan. He should still have delirium.
what is
Oh, no, he actually did have to. I guess he didn't have to eat his iteration, but he did. Because the bauble still gives him delirium.
Yep. So what's Breach's answer to an 8/8 Murktide right now? Just double heat? with
Double
delirium?
heat could work, a double heat and a bolt.
Oh,
Fairy's
Jason
a good
Fairy.
answer,
Yeah.
but here's a spell pierce.
Yeah.
That's gonna
It's,
counter it. That might be it for game one here.
it is lethal on board.
Well, Jesse does have the flyer, so she gets to block the Murktide,
Yeah.
and takes
It's
6
really
down to 4 here. So she's not totally dead.
getting put back quite a bit though. Well, she does have the saga.
Yeah, the Saga is about to pop as well, which will get her
Not
a
really sure.
piece of the combo.
Get Mox Amber, then you can't do anything with it.
You can't do anything with it at the current board state. She has used it to
Yeah.
Fairy. But could have a Regavan or Emery.
Yeah. Another
It
Teferi.
looks like Breach is in hand as well. Breach iteration, Mountain, I believe. Gonna float a colorless. Should find this Mox Amber.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, that's Mox Amber.
Get the Mox Amber and
Probably.
Underworld Breach in hand. Don't think we saw a grinding station. She does have 4 mana though. So if we have an Emery, Ragavan, legendary creature of sorts here.
Could really start going off. So you really either need a way to win right now, or a way to get a blocker and remove a Murktide, which is tough.
Well, here's an iteration to start the
It's a
process.
very powerful card. Find exactly what you need. Nope, counterspell.
Ethan has a counterspell on the iteration. This is what I'm saying. Fighting over iterations, that's the card in modern, the battle that's being fought. Using the colorless, here's an Underworld Breach.
Yep, there it is. Recast heat. Not really do anything. Nope, that's the end. And for game 2.
Yep. Yeah, Ethan takes that one pretty quickly. I think game 1 is definitely a cool toss up here. It's Ethan had a very bit quick start on the play. Yeah, I guess his idea was if he counters the iteration, then she can't find anything else to play, but that's just like discounting that she doesn't have anything reasonable to play in hand, which she did, but not like a grinding station.
She would not have cast the iteration if she did have a better answer in hand.
Right.
So,
Yeah, saving the counterspell for a way that actually ends the game makes sense on that turn.
yeah.
I think in general, maybe countering the iteration is a better play, but when the game is that close to the conclusion, I feel like you can save it for a spell that's going to be closing the game rather than just generating card advantage. Right. Yeah.
Iteration could just be a bait.
Yeah, I agree.
It's certainly, I don't know. A tough choice.
Yeah, you definitely want to counter Underworld Breach there if it's proposed. I think she was a little light on mana and resources as well, so it didn't end up mattering there, but in hindsight, definitely saving the counterspell for the spell that's going to win the game rather than just draw cards. I think a good way to go about this.
We have a EP sideboard plan, or
Um,
EP sideboard.
We have his list here. He has a Blood Moon, 2 Dress Down, 1 Chalice of the Void, 2 Explosives, 2 Flusterstorm, a Fury, Subtlety, 2 Mystical Disputes, 2 Seasoned Pyromancer, and 1 Unlicensed Hearse.
Interesting. Definitely interested in the hearse and engineered explosives. Maybe disputes.
It's Dress Down and Chalice I like a lot too. I think he can cut his bubbles in place of the Chalice just solely to put it on 0 to
Yeah.
prevent her from comboing.
I do know that there was a game earlier in the Swiss where there was a chalice on 0, but she just Underworld breached back a Teferi and bounced it and then just
Yeah.
won.
Right.
So it
That did happen, yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, just having it in play does make the breach player have to have that sort of out.
Exactly.
And it's definitely something that can be dealt with, but it's not as easily dealt with as
Yeah.
other sideboard pieces, something like Unlicensed Hearse or even Mystical Dispute you can play around just by having Teferi.
I think. What do you think Jesse's gonna bring in?
Jesse is probably bringing in Tormod's Crypt, Mystical Dispute, the additional 2 Teferis.
I think there's a chance for the Prismatic Ending to come in.
It's possible. I think there's a lot of cards she wants here. I'm not entirely
Spell
sure.
Pierce is good.
Spell Pierce seems good.
Fairy's good.
You also don't want to overload too much on Pierces on the draw, I feel like.
It's true. You more want them on the play.
But this does seem like the matchup for them, just countering iterations.
Countering counter spells.
Right.
Countering. You can't counter. I don't know what I'm saying.
You
can
can counter
dispute.
Hearse and Chalice and Engineered Explosives, though. There's a lot of things to bring in there. Oh, yeah. Teferi is a very powerful magic card in Modern. Not only allowing your opponents to, or making all your spells uncounterable, basically, it allows you to just bounce whatever hate piece your opponent has.
Certainly a good card. So we got 2 Spiral Canals for Ethan and a double fetch for Jesse.
Additional on tap.
All of her colors.
Yep. We saw Ethan play a similar way in the quarterfinals today against his 4-color opponent, where he didn't cast many spells in the first few turns of the game, just held up a lot of interaction, making it difficult for his opponent to really resolve any spells. Looks to be doing something similar to that in this match. Not even to consider on the end step, so just gonna untap and draw here.
The 3rd Spire Bluff.
Tron.
Oh no.
Our players are just gonna be in land. Going. So, like,
Just waiting for someone to make the first real move of the game. Like, is that an Underworld Breach in Jesse's hand right now?
I believe that was an Unholy Heat. I didn't get a great look. Looks like a couple of iterations.
There's a Shredder, starting to get the game going. Oh, many Unholy Heats in her hand.
Yeah, 3 Unholy Heats iteration, Otawara.
A lot of interaction.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want for these matchups.
What a way to get ahead on board.
And Ethan's gonna try to get the Shredder to stick. Jesse doesn't have Delirium either, so these Unholy Heats aren't gonna be great at killing Shredder just yet.
Jesse's got her own Shredder. And it will be disputed. Fortunately, did not play the 3rd land before casting the Shredder.
Fortunately not.
No, Dash Ragavan. Jesse does have 3 Unholy Heats. Plenty of answers for that Ragavan. And then just passing up the turn.
Yes, I mean, you can definitely take some hits from this Shredder,
Got an expressive iteration.
as long as it's not gonna grow, just so you can get Delirium in your graveyard for the Shredder to be able to be gotten
To
by
Fairy Land Aether Spellbound, I believe. Nope, that was Teferi 2 lands.
Okay. So Teferi definitely went to end. Fireball Canal is going to come into play tapped. And on upkeep,
Oh, yep.
Jesse,
Delirium, Unholy Heat on the Shredder.
that's going to resolve.
Off the turn. His own iteration.
Yeah.
8 iterations in between the 2 players.
There's Mystical Dispute.
And there's
Here's Spell Pierce. Starting the war over attrition. Find the land drop. Wonder if we'll see a Murktide here? No, just a passing of the turn.
Lots of just land go right now, pretty much.
Yeah, I can't tell you who that benefits more. I think as many iterations as you can resolve is the plan. For either of these players, just to start two for winning as much as possible, especially if there's no threats in play. But Jessie has a Teferi in hand that she's been holding on to, but I think just trying to get these iterations to resolve is a better plan.
Question is, will the Teferi resolve?
Well, the Ragavan
Ragavans
and here's
and
another
heated.
freebie. Now iteration main phase 2.
I think you just let this go through.
Depending on what Ethan has in his hand, I haven't gotten a great look.
He's
Any
been
of the
keeping it
cards
very
inside,
close
yeah.
to his chest.
He has, yeah. Jesse continuing to make land drops pretty important when there's a lot of mystical disputes, flusters, and spell pierces running
It
around.
makes them a lot worse.
It
It
really
also
does,
makes
yeah.
your own a lot worse when your opponent is keeping up. So
Right. But they're both getting ready for the long game here. I think Jesse has 3 cards in hand. I think Ethan is about the same.
okay, grinding station
Value out of the grinding station just so it's in play.
can target itself.
It can. It also puts a trigger on the stack when it enters the battlefield.
Yep. Oh, another. Is it the 4th expressive game?
At least.
I think it's
I
been
think,
2
I
from
think
each
it is.
player.
Yeah, this is the second. Yeah. Here's a Murktide on Exile. See if we cast it. I think we have to, right?
Need to put something on board.
At least try. I mean, Jesse's down to 2 cards.
Yeah.
And at this point, well, you did say she picks up an Aether Spellbomb, right?
No, the Aether Spellbomb that I thought was a spellbomb.
Oh, it was a second
was
land.
a second
You're right.
land.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
The glare, you know.
The glare. Yeah, we don't have the perfect setup here, but we are slowly improving.
I bet she does wish she has an Aether Spellbomb right now, though. And she does have the Teferi.
She does have Teferi. If that resolves, Ethan has 2 mana up, so
Yeah.
he's not.
And
Completely tapped.
1 expressive iteration in the graveyard for Delirium.
Yeah, that matters. Matters for Unholy Heat killing Teferi if
Question
she
is-
decides to take up with it too. But
Does Ethan have Counterspell in hand?
I think he's got to, right? Because he could have waited on the. Maybe one of the cards off the iteration was a counterspell. Jesse's just drawing.
Oh, just passing the turn.
Yeah, she's just drawing grinding stations down to 7 here.
Grinding Station can sacrifice the other Grinding Station.
It certainly could. It's not doing a whole lot here. And the next 2 cards must not be doing.
Ethan is getting
So
very
forward.
close to winning this game.
He is. He is 1 game away from earning his RC invite.
Starting a land.
Pulling a lot of threats here. There's some Holy Heat to take care of the Shredder.
Oh, there's the Teferi.
Now, does Ethan have the response? He
He
does
does
have a
have the
counterspell.
Counterspell. Does she have
There's so many lines of play, even Fluster. Doesn't make
Mystical
much sense here.
Control? That's it.
That's gonna do it. Ethan's gonna take down this RCQ
Yeah.
2-0 over Jeskai Breach, making it look easy there.
Congratulations to all of our players as well.
Yeah, thank you everyone for coming out and everyone watching at home. Congrats to Ethan for taking down this RCQ. It's a pretty stacked 32-person event today. I know there were a few other Murktide players as well, so he definitely proved to be the cream of the crop here.
Yeah. Jesse did beat Murktide in the first round of top 8.
Yep.
So certainly had the experience. Just for today, who knows how many other times she played during the Swiss.
That is fair, yeah. All right, well, thank you all for watching, and really appreciate the views. We do stream here every Monday. We'll stream some Modern. We've been looking at getting into Pioneer as well. Might be doing that on Fridays. More information on that to come, but we host Modern every Monday at 7 p.m. Catch us live on there. We always do. We're starting to do bigger events like this on the weekends. It'll be Saturdays mostly around noon. I know this is the first RCQ we've done here, but this one went really well, so I imagine we'll be doing more in the future. But yeah, appreciate you all for watching and have a good one.